Hello, hello. I'm a clown. I forgot to get my water. I'm really a clown. One moment. I'm back. How's everyone? Hello, hello. Is the game being recorded? Yes, it is. How are you guys? I'm back. Continuing the letter. We'll try to finish this today or tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah, I am a clown today. We're testing out the, the clown wig the Charmy made. I might have it made poofy or Charmy because it's a little bit small right now. But it's good. It shows cl- how much of a clown I am. Just need it to be more puffy. And you're gonna stream the. We're gonna do that. No, it cannot be stretch Charmy. It's gonna be ugly. Do it. Make it puffier. But yeah, let's continue. The game. Oh, there. With a gentle wind drifting through wide open windows. What you just, well, at least you're gonna do it in the editing software. It's gonna look better. Muffled laughter, footsteps fading behind empty hallways, and light kiss of the afternoon sun. Oh wait, I haven't done the first. You have the first again. There. Soon there will be a call, a crossing of thresholds into the unknown. Maybe we're off some grand adventure or diving into another gripping mystery. One can't really tell. For all I know, a hero might even come sweep me off my feet, and I'm
That's
lucky.
not exactly a bad thing when you think about it.
It's far from one, isn't it? A riveting tale, that is. The mild breeze, faint murmurs, warm rays painting every nook and cranny, a fire you. They're all as real as they can get. As much as I want to write a little tale out of this, I'm far from someone who can. Fleeting fancies, that's what these are, merely passing thoughts that occupy my idle mind while waiting for another busy work day to end. Let me adjust things. Actually, is the game sa out there? Maybe in another life I am one. Who knows? But at present, what I have and what I've chosen to be, well,
I won't last years here if I find teaching rowdy adolescents a tedious job, will I?
admittedly, the whole affair isn't exactly as grand or exciting as I imagined as a child. If I weren't so stubborn, too passionate about the whole idea, probably would have quit a long time ago. It's always the kids that make it worthwhile, isn't it? As if in agreement, as soon as my pen slides into a neat circle against the papers I'm grading, final bell rings. Like a dam that has opened, students began piling out into the hallway soon after. For a short minute, I let the noise fill my ears, let my mind wander to a place far removed from all the hubbub. Solitary moments like this have come few and far between lately. My own home hasn't been as quiet as I usually prefer. Though in hindsight, the entire place hasn't been the same either since Isabella moved in next door. If her fussing over a minor cold last week tells anything, might as well throw any idea of solitude out the nearest balcony, so as long as she leaves nearby. The memory, my eyes automatically shift over the bottle sitting at the edge of my desk. A chuckle escapes from me as I reach for it.
A little ball of energy and enthusiasm. That big baby.
On the other hand, she calls me and then says and does the same thing right after. Not that unused to being on the receiving end of other people's worries, or I feel any sort of apprehension over her fretting. And to be completely honest, it's actually amusing how someone can be childlike one minute, then act like a responsible adult the next. There's a dissonance there, both in her actions and words. Although she may not look like it, may not say anything, may not lose her cheer, One way or another, I know these troubles have weighed down on her lately. Her face says it all, that big numpty. She thinks I won't notice she got another thing coming for her. That's how she's always been. I do understand that part loud and clear. It's just that I really rather not pass another burden onto her.
Or become one myself.
Aren't I supposed to be the one taking care of them? Though I guess that's simply one of those things people eventually grow away from once you've all started leading different lives. Not completely different, I hope. Somehow, that thought makes me feel uneasy. Thankfully, before stranger ideas can take root in my head, a faint buzzing comes from my bag, cutting through the rest of my thoughts. A small frown flushes my lips when the screen lights up and a no number flashes. For a long second, my thumb hovers the answer button, even the voice response once I do accept call is wholly unfamiliar. Unknown numbers, I don't answer phone calls from unknown numbers anymore. They want to contact me from an unknown number, they need to text first and introduce themselves.
Hello?
Oh, goodness. Finally, it connects.
Is it Hannah?
Hello? Is this Miss Gales? Rebecca Gales?
Yes, Yes, speaking. Who is this?
Oh, sorry. Rose Cooper.
Oh no,
Briar Realty
it's Rose.
Corporation.
Briar Realty?
My frown deepens as I straighten from my chair. Something in her tone, despite sounding remarkably friendly and light, doesn't sit quite well with me. Binge pause that follows doesn't help ease the tension that has suddenly descended on me.
Miss Cooper?
Yes. Things are a bit busy on my end. I apologize. I'm not certain if Isabella has mentioned anything before, but we're working together on a property at the moment, and
The Armengard Mansion, yes. She said something about that earlier. Is there a problem?
this is about Isabella, actually.
She wastes no time relaying everything. Details she provided are admittedly a bit vague, but enough for me to get the gist of what happened. It isn't the bad sort of expecting, though still worrying. Especially with words panic attack, pale, looking a bit sickly, woven together in one foreboding sentence. As quickly as it surfaces, I stomp down the urge to demand answers. Right there and then. Now isn't the proper time for useless questions, and I'll find out soon enough regardless. To Miss Cooper's credit, she neither hesitates nor falters all throughout. There's some sort of comfort in knowing Isabella has someone like her to guide her, though not as much as I would have liked. After all, this is Isabella we're talking about. What are the chances she just said a bunch of excuses so she won't get sent home? High. Very high. Oh, she's so going to hear it this time.
You were listed as one of her emergency contacts, so I thought it'd be best you know about this.
How is she? Is she doing okay?
I had her take a break for now, but honestly, I'd feel better if someone were to pick her up and take her home for some rest. Anthem's a fair distance from Luxbourne. I really don't want her going off on her own. I'd do it myself, but you know how it is today. Big day. People everywhere until the open house ends. I'm really sorry to ask this of you, Miss Gales. I know you're busy.
Oh, no, it's all good. I was just about to leave from work. I hope to leave early today anyway. A few minutes ahead wouldn't hurt. I can be there in a few, 30, 40 minutes tops. Is that all right?
More than fine, Miss Gales, thank you. We're supposed to be here until... Oh, excuse me. One moment, please. Yes, ma'am.
Faint of conversation echoes from her end. Sounds as though the place is buzzing with more people than you'll expect from a regular open house. I was skeptical at first. The house is old, not to mention its inconvenient location in Luxburne's outskirts. Wants to live in a place almost an hour's drive away from the comforts of a city. From what little I can hear, it appears Isabella has a right to be optimistic about this sale. I didn't understand why she was so adamant refusing my offer to help before. I think I do now. To some degree.
We'll be resuming the tour soon. Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. I really need to get this thing going. Lord knows how I'll salvage the situation here. It shouldn't be anything complicated, but still, clients. They can be difficult when they want to be. Anyway, just look for me when you get here, alright? I shouldn't be too hard to miss.
No problem. problem. Thanks for letting me know about this. Just make sure Isabella stays put, please. Heaven knows how stubborn that girl can be.
Oh, believe me, I know. Don't worry about it. I'll have a few of our staff keep an eye on her for me until you get here.
That's all I'm asking. I appreciate it.
The whole thing ends on a surprisingly pleasant note. Only the same can be said for the news you brought. Allow a brief minute to pass to ease whatever tension has latched itself firmly to my nerves. No matter how much I wish for it, my mind stubbornly refuses to do so. My hands are unsteady against the papers I pretend to arrange after. Lucid thoughts, every single ounce of it grimmer than the other, grows with each passing second I linger. Something about this whole thing, along with a sudden unease, nagging worry, screams off. Wrong. Isn't the riveting tale I've hoped to step into someday. Even on a rush, getting everything in order before leaving takes a nearly good quarter hour. By the time I make it out of the classroom, commotion has already died down, dwindling to mere echoes and distant laughters. Nearby room melodies from rehearsing band drifts freely into the air, filling the almost empty hallway with their warm, lively tunes. Another day I'll stop basking in music and enjoy what little peace it brings. Not today, however. Steps are brisk and sure as I march to Edward's Hall's exit. The sooner I confirm Isabella's okay, the sooner I can shake this niggling feeling. For some reason or another, that single call of all possible things has thrown everything off kilter. I'd rather this be over with as quickly as possible. So much that I nearly barrel over a student in my haste. But perhaps it's really the other way around. Oh, it's the demon child! I took down, set of eyes brightly hopeful stare back at me. Her arms are wrapped around my waist like a vice, and attention grin spreads over her face.
Buenas tardes, Miss Pink.
Hello, Kylie. You know, you aren't supposed to run into people like that.
Sorry, Miss Pink.
Loosens her hold on me, but not a hint of guilt or regret appears on her. Anything, it seems to remark only amuse her. A smile appears on my face before I can help it, matching the one on her.
Just remember not to do it again, all right? You could get hurt.
You sound like my mama when she's scolding Rowan, Miss Pink.
I'm sure your mama only means well. I know she'll be worried sick if one of you were to get hurt. Where's your brother anyway? Aren't you two supposed to be heading home now?
Rowan said he's got some stuff he needs to do before we go. I think he's taking too long. But he promised to buy me jelly babies today if I keep what he's doing a secret from Mama and Papa.
Oh, why a secret?
Any chance you'll tell Miss Pink about it?
Shakes her head, both her hands going to her mouth as if to keep a precious secret from spilling out.
I made a promise. He said it's for Tia Luke.
Oh, something like a gift?
Oh, Luke is your uncle.
Like a deal. Tio promised to take him somewhere cool when he's old enough. Rowan's gonna prove he's a grown-up.
Laughter slips free from my lips. Teacher in me wants to give someone ever this tears a reprimand for bringing about this kind of behavior in children. But if both Suarez kids are so fond of him, there shouldn't be anything to worry about, yes? At any rate, they're nothing but well-behaved, both Kylie and her brother. Rowan, the eldest, may have occasional odd streak in and out of class, but their parents taught them well. I see no reason to cast any suspicion of bad behavior on them.
As long as it isn't anything dangerous, all right?
It's not. Cross my heart. My drawings are a lot prettier than what he's doing anyway. Tio said so. Do you want to see? I drew one earlier at class.
Is that why you're here?
Not really. I was gonna show it to my friend first. But since it's you, I'm sure she wouldn't mind if you see it before she does.
Oh, oh no. I can't stay right now, Kylie.
Her face falls immediately after words are out. A small part of me feels responsible for the crestfallen look. As much as I want to stay a little longer, there's another place I need to be at right now. Frankly, another child to look after. Taking both of her hands, I kneel in front of her and muster the most rueful smile I can give. At her age, I'm quite sure she already understands what I'm about to say before they're even out. But remarkably, she doesn't look away or pout as I'm expecting her to.
I'm sorry. You know what? Rowan has a class with me on Monday around this time. Why don't you drop by again next week? After class? I'll even make sure to wait for you. It's just that I absolutely must leave now. My friend had an accident earlier, and I'm the only one she has here.
What about her mama and papa?
Her family lives really far from here, I'm afraid. Do you remember where Asia is? The southeast part? That's where they are.
Hello, Captain. How are you? How was Kingdom Come? I'm currently playing the letter. We are going through Rebecca's story, and today I am a clown. Just like the clown I am. Her eyes immediately light up at my question, just like that. I know I've earned the girl's forgiveness.
Oh, just like Takako.
Who?
Who's Takako?
My friend. She said she used to live there, only just a little higher than southeast.
Do you have a Japanese friend? A Japanese ghost friend, Kylie? Is that why you're a demon child? You're friends with the ghost?
But she hasn't come home in a long time, so she doesn't remember much about it anymore.
Horror? I'm alright. It's a visual novel, so I'm not that scared because I can just stop whenever the ghost appears. There's no rush, it cannot chase me. And Kingdom Come was eventful. Nice.
Melody says it's weird I talked to her, but I think she's just shy. They could be good friends too! Don't you think so, Miss Pink?
Maybe if you introduce them properly, they will be.
That's what I think. Takako's just lonely. If she makes more friends,
Is
she won't
Takako
be
the
anymore.
ghost? Maybe, because she looks Asian.
Is your friend like that too?
Devil child.
A little, possibly.
RPG Maker horror games? Not much,
To
but
be honest,
they usually
sometimes-
chase you there. I don't
sometimes I
think
can't
my
tell with
reflexes
her.
can handle that. After Isabella's always been the kind to hold a smile, even when things have taken a turn for the worse. But I am trying a game similar. What is its name again? I forgot. Yo Mawuri, Night Alone. But alright, thank you. Enjoy the lurk happen. After all, Isabella's kind whole smile, even when things have taken a turn for the worse. 5 years and no one will take enough time to know a person. But when you consider it, think of it, all these years I've never, not even once, seen her cry. Not over a trivial matter or when things are tough.
Okay, you can go to her. I'll just show you my drawing next time.
Thank you. Remind me to buy you a huge glass of parfait, all right?
No, I'll get a stomachache. Takako says so. A small one is okay.
I'll remember that. Say hi to your friend for me.
I will. I'm sure she'd love to meet you too. See you, Miss Pink.
I'll see you later, Kylie.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling
That song
down.
again.
London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
Doesn't look back, wait for any sort of goodbye from me. With a song extra spring in her steps, she's bound across the corridor with as much spirit as only a child her age can have. The conversation has never taken any downhill turn for her at all. As if there isn't a single thing to worry about in the world. Hello, Vision! How are you? How was Hollow Knight? Have you finished playing? I am a clown, yes. Not long after she appears behind the door, leaving us behind strings of all that familiar rhyme lingering there. Carefree, unbidden. In troubled moments like this, I envy her. As I resumed my hurried pace, a tiny whisper at the back of my mind wished the same can be said of myself and my own worries. You're 20% off finishing, nice. Luxburn may be a small city, but no stranger to hellish rush hour traffic. Yeah, it's a horror visual novel, The Letter. We just started this next part, so there's no horror yet. Probably a bit later. Surprisingly, getting out of the city today proves more of a breeze than a hassle. A relief considering how none of my calls to Isabella have made it through. Either reception's really bad over there or she's ignoring them on purpose. There's nothing to ease the disquiet in me. The rest of my drive passes without much incident as soon as I'm out of the busy streets. In less than 30 minutes, the mansion looms ahead of me. Yeah, this mansion, the horror mansion. For all the fuss Isabella made about the house, it remains a thing of beauty. Unlike Luxburn, the estate and nearby Anselm village stands as its complete opposite, living and breathing the songs of the old, whispers of the once booming haven lingering in the air. Contemporary conveniences aside, it's a place I'm glad modernization hasn't wholly touched.
It's just a shame the locals know more of the silly hearsay than the history itself. If I could only knock some sense into these people!
Sadly, complaining is all I can afford to do. As much as I want to give them a piece of my mind, it isn't why I'm here. I don't think rich types would appreciate getting a lecture from me either. I have as much business with them as they have with me. With a heavy sigh, I'll give myself one last second to take in the scenery before heading up the main entrance. Most of the guests are already heading out, though some still linger. It's mainly just take photos of the house facade and its various rooms. I pause for a moment, scanning a small crowd gathered at the foyer, looking for any sign of a familiar ponytail among the sea of hats and
No
heads.
sign of her.
No sign of other staff or Miss Cooper either. Certainly look for Isabella on my own, but in a place this big, I'd be lucky if I didn't end up lost or find her before we need to meet with Zachary and Ash tonight. There's Isabella. Oh, you're calling her. I reach my mobile phone, dial her number. The gesture's familiar now after so many attempts earlier. If she doesn't answer, I can still try contacting Miss Cooper. Just hope the network reception will cooperate this time. This side of the country has never been popular with the tech savvy after a while. To my relief, it only took 3 unsuccessful tries. At the fourth one, right as about to switch to another intercept message, the line finally rings. Silence follows while I wait for her to pick up, the ring going far too long for my tastes. By now, most of the visitors have already cleared out. All I have for company are the faint murmurs and an eerie calmness left in their wake. Sudden hush settles and give way to noises louder than they're ever meant to be. Doors creaking and slamming shut in some distant part of the mansion, floorboards groaning under the sheer weight of the house's history. Now empty hall, they all reverberate with special clarity against the walls. Like this, those old stories seem to almost have a ring of truth to it. I don't get to stray far into the ugly line of thought, however. A second later, click sounds from the other end.
Hello? Isabella?
Ah, the
Miss
ghost
Cooper
answered
called
again.
earlier and...
It's the grudge. Help me.
Isabella? Belle? Are you alright?
Without any warning, the call gets cut off. Busy notes blare sharply against a heavy silence. Yeah, it's a voice. Ah! Hello, Min. Thank you for the follow. How are you? We are currently a clown, and we are playing a horror visual novel, The Letter. Though the noise cutting through the mute air remains the faint cries of a woman from beyond the foyer. Hands falls to my side as I cast a wary look around, waiting for someone to come running. Surely I can't be the only one hearing this. Hello, cutie yourself. There must be some staff hanging around checking things out. No one does. Not even when her sobs turn into more frantic and anguished.
Excuse me? Hello? Who's there? Isabella?
Are you gonna see a
Isabella?
ghost?
Is that you?
No answer. Growing anxious, I amble over where her cries come from, each step slow and cautious towards a door on the other end of the room. While I'm far from someone who readily gives into the fear or stories lacking factual basis, The vague restless feeling I have earlier immediately returns to me. And despite myself, my heart against the race, my breathing
Belle?
quickens.
Belle, it's me. Miss Cooper called. Is everything okay?
Abruptly, all of it stops. My whole body tenses, while dragging in a ragged breath, ears straining for any other sound yet to come from the other side. But nothing follows. Instead, the quiet only lends itself the, to the heavy tension in the air, as if every small movement will disturb the fragile stillness hanging in the room. I wait for another second. Then, with a caution, I reach for the knob. My fingers barely graze the brass handle when a hand falls onto my shoulder.
Excuse me,
Oh,
ma'am?
there.
I am so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you.
No, it's a.
Still reeling, my gaze shifts back to the door, as if any second now the cries will start again, and whoever's inside will burst out of the room. Don't get to dwell on these. The woman's worried voice breaks through the haze in my mind, again oddly soothing in the thick of my unease. Even if the concerned look comes from a total stranger, finally being in the company of someone else is somehow comforting.
Ma'am? Are you okay?
Oh, no, I'm fine. This is probably just some cold.
Do you need to sit down?
No need. I'm actually looking for a friend.
I read the mobile in front of her, like the gesture alone explains everything. Vaguely, I note my tight grip and quickly slip it to my pocket before she notices. She doesn't need to know.
Well, I'm not really sure if your friend would still be here. We're actually about to close the open house in a few minutes, ma'am.
No worries. She's not a guest here. She works for Briar Realty. Miss Cooper called me earlier. In fact, I'm also looking for her.
You're talking to her. Recognition flashed in her eyes, and her worried expression dissolves into a smile at once. It's all I need to know that I don't have to look elsewhere or venture deeper into the mansion on my own. Some way, I'm not too keen on the latter right now.
Oh, Miss Rebecca Gales, is it?
Yes. Sorry if I'm a bit late.
It's not a problem. I was busy with the open house and a few clients anyway. It's actually a good thing you came when you did. Let's see. Isabella should be here somewhere. I told her to stay put earlier. That girl never listens.
Rose? Rosie? May I have a minute? There's just this one little thing before we go.
Miss Cooper's head immediately snaps up at the voice. In a blink, a different kind of smile spreads on her face. A smile still friendly, even, but the kind given mainly for the sake of pleasing other people rather than making friends.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be there in a few.
It's an impressive thing, to say the least. The level of professionalism. Suppose working years in this kind of business strains enough to be able to pull that off without batting an eye. But how are you, Min Min? Have you played this game already? Certainly didn't seem to have rubbed off on Isabella,
Sorry, could you give me a second? I have to take care of this.
Don't worry about it. I understand. I can wait a few more minutes. Clients, right?
You won't hear anything from me. Priorities, you know? But if you want, you can stay at the parlor in the meantime. I think we have a few refreshments left.
No, thank you. I'm going out with a few friends after this. Isabella's supposed to join us too. But that
You're
depends
doing
on how
okay,
she's
especially there's a
doing, of
cutie
course.
like you. Ah, no, it's you. No, you.
All right, this won't be long, I promise.
You the cutie. It throws me an apologetic look for sauntering over the small group gathered at the entrance. A couple, or siblings, and another woman present, probably their secretary. Either way, they look no different from the other guests. All three of them primly dressed, albeit in a manner significantly simpler than the others. No frills, no extravagance of any form. Their gestures and movements alone speaks volume of their ingrained lifestyle. No you. No you. In their presence, I do what I can to appear inconspicuous on my side of the foyer. Maybe accepting Miss Cooper's offer would have been a much better choice than standing around awkwardly and gaping at them. All while also attempting my best not to listen in on their conversation. Although that one proves more difficult with how enthusiastic the blonde woman is. Her voice easily echoes through the walls with only the five of us here. Pretty soon I find myself being drawn into their talk without meaning to.
Tomorrow? First thing in the morning?
First thing in the morning, ma'am.
When they talk isn't what catches my attention, however.
Very well. We'll have our lawyers prepare everything as soon as possible. Let's make this whole thing easier for everyone, shall we? Just let me know if there's anything you need from me. You know how to contact me, yes?
Got your mobile number saved here already.
Good. It's just a matter of time then.
It's a brief moment, a fleeting shift of my eye.
Monday for us, Marianne.
As long as you're positive, we won't be having any problems by that time. You can count on my team.
You worry too much. Let me handle those things. Do be thrilled, though. I imagine it's not every day you get projects like this, hmm?
And the instant I turn my gaze on him, I see it.
Oh, I'm certain Mint's ecstatic, Buttercup. Aren't you, Marianne? You know, we could all celebrate this with a few drinks. Why don't
Why
we?
did the sound change?
In fact, there's this really excellent Irish pub I visited a few days ago.
Looming, hovering over his shoulders, drawn to him like a moth to a flame. A dark blur. Oh, because there's a ghost behind him? No, a shadow.
I think I'll pass on that, sir. I have
The dark
more
side.
important matters to attend to.
You heard her, love. She's busy.
You never let me do anything.
What's happening? Why is the sound getting... As I try to make sense of it, a heavy feeling descends over my whole body. Happens without warning, forcing me to close my eyes. Sensation creeps to every part of me, crawling under my skin and draining me little by little of any strength. Before I know it, my hand was gripping the nearby door for support, and sudden nausea drowns out their voices. A little sound is hilarious, like all except for the whispers and laughter, judging, mocking, taunting, muffled, inaudible words bearing down on me like a death sentence. They wrap around my neck and limbs, binds tightening with every syllable, every utterance. With each draw of breath I take, they drag me down slowly, almost painfully into a bottomless abyss. On and on and on, till the sounds turn to mere distant echoes. Till suddenly it
Well,
shatters.
what are we waiting for? Are we done here?
It stopped. The spook stopped. It's because of Draco. His voice rips through the fog like a sharp blade, and my eyes snap open. I look at them again, it's
You
gone.
can head back to the car first if you want, Luke. I hope that settles everything, Rose. I don't know what Isabel's problem is, but please make sure she doesn't hurt herself. Anyway, we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Likewise, ma'am.
No shadows or dark clouds, only amicable smiles and cordial handshakes, the usual pleasantries as Miss Cooper leads them out the mansion like a graceful host. None of the group seems to have noticed it, and even as I force my breathing to calm down, keep my strains on their backs, and wait for something to happen, it doesn't come back. She returns a moment later. Gently, she closed the great doors behind her, and there's a smile on her lips and an extra skip in her step when she walks back to me. Whatever she was discussing with the group had put her in a good... Of course, she was getting her commission. Even she appears to have not observed anything odd. Was I just seeing things?
Glad that was over. It's been a long day. I thought for sure we were going to... hey, are you sure you're doing okay? You look a bit green.
It's all good. I'm actually still recovering from a cold. Weather's been crazy lately.
That must be it. The weather, the stupid cold, the friendly warnings I'm too stubborn to listen to. Such I hate to admit it, Isabella's right. I was and still am a little feverish when she visited me at school this morning. The medicine helped, of course, but only some. Although it's not like I can't function, it did get better after lunch, and I was able to go through my schedule like the usual. Now, now I'm not so sure. However, I can keep acting like I've seen some sort of apparition when it's anything but. Simply must have listened too many times to Isabella last week, my fever-muddled minds have started to confuse things. This doesn't let up. I just need another visit to my doctor, plain and simple. I do hope it won't get worse. So we did promise to watch Zachary's film together.
I know what you mean. I've been complaining to Isabel. It doesn't seem to affect her much, though. Must be because she grew up in the tropics. Anyway, shall we? She's probably hanging out with the rest of the catering staff.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised she's there. She eats like 10 hungry men when she isn't feeling well. Lead the way.
With a small nudge, gestures for me to follow. Do so much without much thought, finally putting everything in my back of my mind. The entire visit took a whole 24 minutes, and my trip to the mansion, as it turns out, is a useless endeavor in itself. Isabella's no longer. Oh, she's no longer there. Oh yeah, Ash took her. Left shortly before I arrived. At least that's what the few staff who saw her assumed. None of them knew where she went, but I can take a few guesses. So number of places in Luxburn she frequents, and well, she's never been the complex kind. Doesn't really take a genius to figure it out. Still, it's odd she left on her own. She could have at least waited for Miss Cooper. That would have saved her having to pay for the cab's fare twice today.
And right after she was told to stay put. I mean, who does that?
Oh, she's angry.
Oh, sod off! You don't own the road!
In the end, old Miss Cooper could give me a string of apologies for my trouble and a request to let her know when I find Isabella. Well, the affair didn't even last long. I probably spent more time traveling back and forth. Soon enough, I'm weaving my way back to downtown Luxburn, worried sick, and on top of that, maybe a little annoyed. Whether at the unexpected turn of events or at Isabella herself. I'd rather not think about it for now. Not when I'm already running late for Zachary's film. Besides, I'm perfectly sure that's where I'll find her. So one would expect, the people are already gathered at the movie house when I get to it. Small avenue where it's located has been closed off early for any passing traffic. Make way for the avid moviegoers who are sure to crowd the venue. I have to park almost straight away and walk remaining distance because of it. Looking for them has taken a while in this crowd this big, but I eventually spot them near the entrance. Thanks to Zachary mostly. And like I've surmised, Isabella's with them.
I knew it.
Wasting no time, march over their little group. Words filled with concern tumble out of my mouth before I can stop myself.
Isabella! Oh, thank goodness! Becca, you're just in time.
An odd expression crosses her face as I hold with hands, but I ignore it in favor of getting a good look at her, forcing her to keep still and fix her gaze at me.
Becca, you're squishing my face. How are you? Are you all right? Why wouldn't I be?
There doesn't seem to be any visible injury, nor does she appear to be in pain. Apart from her confused frown at my questions, she looked pretty much like how she would any other day. Even so, you can't really tell those things with her at first glance. Last time she got sick, she never bothered to kill anyone, even me, who lives right next door. If I hadn't checked on her then, she probably would have died on her bed with the rest of us none the wiser. One thing we laugh about now, but moments like those also teaches you something about a person. If anything, it's given more reason to constantly worry about her. The moment a familiar name comes up, I know my concerns right now aren't completely baseless.
Rose called me earlier.
Her expression swiftly changes. Gently as she can, Isabella pushes my hands away. Yet, even before she says anything, I already have a hunch how this whole thing will play out.
Oh, no, everything's good. Rose covered for me at work today.
That's not what I'm talking about. How's your head?
Then and there, whole conversation goes down as I have imagined. It nudges my hand when I reach for the back of her head. Then I check the said injury myself. Even makes a show hiding behind Zachary just to avoid me. Instantly, what's supposed to be a simple inquiry dissolves into a shameless game of tag. Shouting and chasing like none of us can be bothered to act like full-grown adults we're all supposed to be. Including Ashton. I won't pass Isabella, but Ash, out of everyone? In fact, if that stupid smirk on his face tells me anything, he finds this whole mess amusing. For the love of...
Isabella, this isn't a laughing matter.
She did look pale when I saw her.
Wow, thanks a lot, Ashton, you traitor. I'll get you back for this. Just you wait.
What? I'm just saying it as it is. If you mentioned this earlier, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
There's a moment's pause. My hand still mid-air as my attention shifts to Ashton. No words he leaves hanging between the four of us. Doesn't meet my eye. I don't think he's even aware of what he said. Meaning in each syllable alone is clear, and they echo, they sting, they burn.
I'm sorry. Saw her?
Yeah, they arrived together. Bella looked fine to me then. I don't know.
Of course. Why would Isabel live on her own after being told to stay put? After a little chat about the money this morning, something close to silence falls while I mull over their words, both what's already been said and what's left unspoken. I think Becca loves Ashton and she's jealous. When I do find my voice, it only reeks with nothing but bitter and pleasant thoughts. Thoughts I quickly stamp out before they surface. Thoughts I hide best I can in the deepest part of my mind, locking it away for no one to see.
Oh, that's good. At least she didn't have to travel alone, right? At least. Good.
Try as I might, the green-eyed monster easily rear its ugly head, like it always does every time his gaze lingers a second longer. Every time he smiles in a manner far too gentle, far too sincere, whenever he thinks no one can see. Every time my mind suggests his words mean more than they should. Every small little thing. Despite what he says, despite his
Look,
tone.
you guys.
For all I know, it may be some kind of fondness born from friendship. Maybe I'm simply overthinking like he often tells me. Maybe there's really is something there. But in his short episode of impatience, I know the whole of it is just for show. After all, growing up together with him didn't teach me nothing about him. For whose sake it is this time though? For him? For Zachary? For her? Or for me? That I can
If she says she's okay, then there's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we can stop her either. Besides, she's still acting like the same old Isabella to me, if she can still run around like that.
Why are you taking her side?
I'm not. But if she wants to watch Zach's movie with us, I'm not going to stop her. She's probably the one looking forward to it the most.
Ash, that's... You, of all people, should know...
Tell you what, if I notice something amiss with her, I'll take her to the nearest hospital myself. Is that good enough for you?
My mouth opens and snaps shut almost quickly, forming a thin, hard line instead. I can't respond, not because there's nothing to say. On the contrary, there's plenty, so many things I can use to reason and get him to agree. Because he speaks with much certainty, with much reassurance, feels like there isn't even a choice. I can give us a long, deep breath and a reluctant nod in the face of it. If I can get grip myself on my own weakness, the mood immediately shifts and I'm being tackled into hug.
Thanks, Becca.
It's always been you with him, isn't it?
Did you say something?
Me? Nothing. Don't mind me.
I'll lie, obviously. What else can I do? Each and every smile, tiny effort to keep things as they are, or so I tell myself. Little do I know, this is merely a preamble. It starts quietly and without fanfare, amidst friendly jibes, harmless teasing, with a scrap paper fluttering harmlessly to the ground. One that looks especially like a cheap Halloween prank no matter how you look at it. It is why how ludicrous it all is. Isabella stubbornly insists as if our whole life depends on acknowledging the truth in her story. She even realized how absurd he sounds right now. Crivens, even my students wouldn't fall for this.
Isabella, aren't you taking this a bit too far?
Doesn't give me time to regret nor think over my choices. From there, it escalates, grows into an argument too petty even for our standards as adults. For we know it, one after another, harsh, scathing words are being spoken.
It's not a joke! Will you guys listen to me first? I saw something in the house earlier. It stood right in front of me. If I hadn't gotten away, that thing might have...
Right. And in broad daylight, Isabella. Even someone gullible would find the logic in that screwed up. There's also no way in hell that this supernatural shit is true.
But it's real! What do you think I saw?
A hallucination? A delusion? Didn't you say you fell down some stairs? So maybe Rebecca's right.
It happened after, when I was trying to get away. I almost got stuck in the same room with that thing. We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends. Why don't you believe me?
Well, someone has to be patient in all this, however, much my own has already been frayed earlier. There's no one else. Who else can deal with someone selfishly acting like a kid? Like every other time, it has to be me.
We are, and you know that. But this thing and that thing has got nothing to do with the other. When Rose called earlier, I thought she's just exaggerating. But based on what I'm seeing right now, maybe it's better if we really postpone this for now.
Don't bother.
Just like that, she cuts us off. Slams the door right in our faces while my own temper flares before I can stop it. Although it falters briefly at the hard expression on her when she snatches the blasted paper from Ashton, I hold on to it. Regardless of how upset she appears, Sard's expression and bold fist throwing a tantrum is simply unacceptable. For a grown woman at that. Words form kept my tongue ready. But before I can open my mouth and let it all out, her feelings, mistakes down, Zachary raises a voice of his own.
Guys!
Warning underneath the warm, hopeful beat in his voice. While I stop and look at him, even my own anger subsides a little at his tone.
Why don't we all calm down first? I'm sure Isabella has her reasons too. No need to be hard on her. And hey, ain't this supposed to be a happy get-together?
To an outsider, it may sound like a desperate request, but Zachary has always been the one to keep a level head over petty squabbles. This time is no different. He knows what to say, and when he lets it fall, the only ring sharpened.
We haven't seen each other for months. I'd really love to know what y'all have been up to. I only ever get to talk to Bella over chat. Please.
As careful as he is with his own tone, it does make me feel ashamed. We're supposed to be here for him, to give him a little support we can give. Yet here he is, trying to keep three stubborn people from outright hashing it out in public. Later, we can, and will, talk about it, of course. There's a proper time and place for it. At the moment, my anger and whatever reprimands it carries no longer matter. Beside me, Ashton appears to have already caught on. Lines on his shoulders ease to something much more relaxed, his expression back to usual nonchalance. Isabella, however, she stands perfectly still, her hands clasping the straps of her bag like a lifeline, eyes strained at some point near her shoes. There's no anger in her face, only an undeniable hurt. She's never been good at hiding what she thinks, always the open book, always the one to wear her heart out in the open. She looks up, her answer is also
If
simple.
we keep arguing here, we're going to miss the first few minutes.
Her lips are curled up in a smile, lacking its usual brightness and glee. It's a smile nonetheless. Seen it countless times, the same one she would show when she knows she has no other choice, or simply when the things get tough for her. Despite everything I already know about her, it still catches me off guard. All honesty, I expect her to run, to balk at the first sign of losing this time. I won't even be surprised. 26, he is the youngest among the rest of us, less experienced, less accustomed to dealing with trivial quarrels like this. Yet, here she is, holding herself and coping with it like how she would with matters concerning her family. Aside of that, to me, she has always been this childish, naive girl, and watching the opposite play out right now, somehow I find it difficult to wrap my hand around it.
All right, that's the Isabella I know.
Oh, good. I thought for sure you were going to cry.
I envy her.
What was that for?
Stop calling me a crybaby! I'm not one!
Aw, don't cry.
Stop it!
I envy her spirit, her warmth, her cheer, the shine in her eyes when she looks at the world. How everything seems to simply fall back to a pleasant, lively rhythm with her around. How easily and tightly she fits into our lives, even without bonds only long years could forge like a lost piece of a puzzle despite her jagged edges. How she draws people to her with ease. How Ashton, of all people, can be drawn to her.
Okay, scaredy cat then.
That too!
If you repeat that, I swear I'll...
Let's just go.
I make no effort keeping the bitterness from my tone. I let it seep, linger stiffly in the air. And I avert my gaze from them. From their playful banter, their friendly teasing remarks, and Ashton's tender, affectionate smiles, all before the stabbing aches in my heart changed into something too painful to bear. Oh, you're getting jealous. It's all in my head, is what I'd often tell myself. Yet the way my heart ends at the sight of them just hurts. Like a coward walking away from all of it, taking with me all the hope the movie will distract me away from these thoughts. Because like this, it's easy to find something to hate in her. Dusk had already given way to the night when we leave the film fest. Unfortunately, it's not to improve my mood like I'm hoping. Neither does the muggy air that greets us upon stepping back the noisy streets. Too busy, too loud, too many people taking what little space the sidewalk offers. It forces anyone to bump shoulders with those they barely know, let alone care about. On a normal evening, I probably wouldn't have minded the crowd nor the humid weather. It's not like any of them are bothering anyone. And yet, even with what's admittedly a pleasant company, I can't bring myself to lighten up.
See you guys some other time.
Yeah, see ya.
Not even to return the smiles Ashton and Zachary gives us when we go to our separate ways. Perhaps this started with Miss Cooper's call, or earlier than that, maybe even the moment I left this bed this morning. Bloody hell, it could have been because of that sudden letter for all I know. Couldn't care less at this point. All I want is to get a warm bath, sleep, and wait for this dreadful day to end. Now, if only Isabella would stop babbling, then maybe this dull throbbing inside of my head will turn to a full-blown headache too.
Zach did a pretty good job with his movie, didn't he? Even though Ash said he ran into some trouble late into filming. But I knew he had it in him. It's not like I didn't believe he couldn't do it. I mean, did you see his face after the credits rolled? All those months he worked on this, and everything's finally...
You weren't even watching.
Only the first minutes. I watched the rest of it, I swear. Besides, Ashton was the one who wouldn't stop asking questions.
Well, why do we still need to talk about this then? I liked it. Ash liked it. You liked it.
Why you're being a bee, Rebecca?
Shouldn't you be telling that to Zachary in person? I'm sure he'll appreciate it better than I ever will.
I know that, but maybe there's something you want to say? Zach had you check the scripts before he went through everything, didn't he? You also worked on it, even if it was only for a short time. So, maybe you want to...
I don't bother waiting for the rest. The moment I spot my car, immediately make a quick beeline for it. Knowing her, this is merely another attempt at starting a conversation. Just so we'll have something to fill the dead air, to replace the strained atmosphere we've somehow walked into. One thing, the very thing I'm not keen to deal with at the present. Behind me, Isabella also changes her pace to match mine. Her soft strides are growing brisk and uneven in order to catch up. Small part of me half expects she's suddenly... Becca, why are you such a bee? She's not the clumsy sort, but there are definitely times when she can be at least coordinate person.
Becca, hey! Oh no. Wait for me!
People wonder why I worry. They're not really completely unfounded once you've already grown familiar with her habits, though right now, there's already a very end of list of things I want to think about. Sometimes it does become overbearing. Even her voice as she calls after me sounds nothing more like background noise to my ears now.
Rebecca, slow down, will you? Your car's not going to leave without us.
The sooner we get on the road, the earlier we can get home. It's Friday, in case you didn't notice.
Why are you so angry?
I know what day it is, but the traffic's not going to magically disappear, even if we go there right now.
I don't want to hear that from you. Didn't you used to complain how horrendous the traffic is back home for you?
Well, she lives in the Philippines. Traffic is indeed horrendous.
Yeah? But that doesn't have anything to do with this, Becca.
Okay. What do you want to do then? Wait it out? Walk? I just want to go home, Isabella. If you want to stay out here longer, I won't stop you. But leave me out of it. I'm not up for any other foolish excursions tonight.
I wasn't thinking about an excursion. I want to go home too. It's already late. It's just that you've been in this prickly mood since earlier.
Yeah, she's a bee.
Are you really okay? Was it the cold? Or did something happen at school? Do you want to talk about it?
Long pause follows and holds everything she's been meaning to ask from the very start. I'm in no mood, but at the same time, my hand stops short of unlocking my car and my grip on the handle tightens. I can feel her eyes boring on me, waiting, hoping patiently for answers I'd give. She's the same as Zachary. They're bad liars. When you talk to people like them, if you're not careful, they often leave you with no other choice but to admit the truth. Those exact same ones who I can't voice. Despite my lack of response, she pushes on, surprisingly. This time her tone is quieter, more tentative as usual.
Was it because of the letter?
It's a well-meaning question, much like the rest of this talk, yet something in how she says it irks me.
If it is, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to cause a scene. I did see something in the mansion, though. I wasn't lying about that.
Wherever she wants to take this, I no longer want to hear a word of it. Not at this minute. Preferably never. Especially when there's already a million things buzzing and flooding inside my head. I don't want to ruin our friendship, so let's just blame it on the cold.
And during the open house, even if there were a lot of people around, there were weird things happening. I don't know if there was anyone else who noticed, but I heard things. I'm sure it wasn't because I fell down the stairs. Even before that, in the attic,
Isabella.
Yeah?
A pause, though I don't let it last, only to give myself a small window to breathe. For I lay down the words between us with as much restraint as my patience, which is not much after everything. The only hope Isabella will simply take them as they are. She can be stubborn as a mule when she wants to be.
This kind of conversation tonight. Look, it's been a long day. I think this cold also caught up with me, and I'm really exhausted. Can we talk about this some other time?
She blinks, and although disappointment flashes momentarily in her face, she gives me a curt nod. Yeah, it's better than aggressively fight her. A relief enough for me, perhaps the first time I genuinely feel it today. As unpleasant as this day has been, seeing something go the way I've anticipated takes the edge out of it. Even if lying through my teeth had to go with it.
Oh, alright. You should have just said so. I told you should have taken a full week off. Were you able to get the meds I brought you, though? Do you need anything? I could drop by the pharmacy for you.
Yeah, no need to fuss. A good night's sleep is all I need. I've been busy the whole day. I guess I should have listened to you and taken it easy. But we have exams to prepare for. It's one or the other, you know?
I knew it! Here I thought you were just upset about something.
Well, she is, but she's not gonna say it.
Even Ash looked a little bit worried about you.
It's fine. Let's just head home, okay? I'll make it up to you next time. Call me out to lunch or wherever. Just... not right now.
Okay, but should you be driving? If you want, I can call a taxi for us. You'll hate...
No, don't call a cab. I can manage driving, at least. Just get in the car so we can be on our way.
Already opening the door and climbing to the seat before she can protest. With no other choice, she follows inside shortly, albeit with a bit of reluctance. The guilt from this will eat me later, but for now, these little falsehoods are mine to bear and hide under. For now, this is the better choice. Yeah, don't fight. Better than pretending she doesn't exist or giving her vague answers. Certainly better than harsh words and outright lashing out at her. Can find a little comfort in that. Thankfully, if there's anything left to be spoken between us after, we won't have to discuss it on the way home. Or rather, we can't, because no sooner than we hit the road, Isabella dozes off. Spout my file mood. I still end up suppressing a laughter once the first sounds of her breathing fill in the.
Mama? Not your mom, Isabella.
Slow and steady, the quiet rhythm, so completely unlike her, so far removed from every impression of anyone has of her. A few faint whimpers will occasionally come from her, but otherwise it's just us. Silence, it's so utterly unexpected. Still a welcome break, of course. Peace and quiet is one thing you rarely get with her around. It's nowhere near comforting. It merely lends the air strange clarity. Every little sound, every single movement more palpable. And with it comes unease. A jolt of surprise hits me. It's almost comical if this were a different situation. In my haste, I accidentally dislodged my mobile from its seat on the dashboard when I swipe on the screen. Soon I'm scrambling blindly for it with my other hand while keeping a steady eye on the road ahead. Her voice crackles through loudspeakers if I can put it back. Oh, it's Rose. Although muffled heavily by the surface, I recognize the person on their line from her chipper tone alone.
Hello?
Miss Cooper?
Oh, you're still awake. Evening. I hope I didn't disturb you or anything. I know it's a bit late. Sorry about that. I just want to check on you and Isabella. That girl's still not answering her mobile. Were you able to meet up with her?
Yes. She's with me. We're on our way home.
Hello? What was that again? I can't hear you properly.
Sorry. Let me just fix this dumb phone.
What? My hand stops dead for a moment. It's her device a brief glance waiting. Seconds pass. Nothing happens though. Frankly, I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but the lines of my mouth forms into a frown regardless.
Miss Cooper?
Yes, still here.
Did you say something?
Just that I didn't get the last part. What were you saying again?
No, I thought you... Never mind. Must be the signal acting up.
It's
Come again?
What?
Is everything all right over there?
Certainly. Is something wrong? What wouldn't? Okay, you seem to be busy. If this is a good time, I can just call you back some other...
saying help me. I would make a conscious effort not to panic right then and there, although my tight hold of steering wheel tells a different story altogether.
Miss Cooper? Rose? Hey, Rose! Are you still there?
Only a burst of static answers me, and maybe this lapse is entirely because of exhaustion. It's been a long day and I haven't fully recovered from last week's bout of flu, contrary to what I've been telling people. Though perhaps had I paid closer attention to it, I had not occupied with other thoughts, probably would have noticed earlier that it never came from my phone. Oh my god! It's from behind, not from the phone! Ah, god damn it! Go, sorry, you're following. Times looks so cold. Looking up is a mistake. First thing I see is face glasses shade, every inch battered, bruised, and bloodied. Even in the darkness, the world passing by a blur of lights outside, I can still make out the wounds. Blood still oozes from it, little trails of crimson running down its face, glistening under what little light there is. But it is the gleam in its eyes that catches mine. Quietly, the anguish, desperation in them, more than the hideous features and awful sense of gore now soaking the air. Try as I might, I can't bring myself to look away. I'm driving, Ghost. Stop it. Even as its lips contort into a horrific smile. Even as a sharp, harsh noise pierces the air and silence around us.
Rebecca! Huh? Car! Eyes on the road!
It's everything I've been taught. I'm constantly reminding myself. I close my eyes. It's a brief moment, a short, vivid second of muscle memory instinct completely taking over. If I didn't allow it, my hands didn't move, my feet didn't hit the brakes in that exact second, I might have. Isabella and I might have. No. I shook the notion away before I lose myself in it. Right now, in its only line of thought, I refuse to venture into. Not when breathing is a struggle and every ounce of strength has been totally drained from my body. Definitely not while Isabella's panicked voice beside me still rings in my ears. We're alive. We're safe. That's all that matters. It's not her face that I look for when I finally open my eyes. It's all gone. Expected stains, little telling marks and creases on the covers show me where it sat not a second ago. Whatever it is, it left not a single trace. Though it's a hard thing to gather at this point, I take what little of it remains in me and turn towards the back seat. Even then, there's none. Or was there really something in there in the first place? With how empty it is, I'm beginning to doubt it. This stupid flu again.
I need a long rest after this.
My hands fall uselessly to my sides, numb from how taut my grip on the wheel has gone, yet still trembling from an unexpected rush of adrenaline. Against my ears, my heart still pounds an erratic rhythm, and my breathing hasn't slowed down. The world has already righted itself without waiting for me. Little by little, second after second, as I sit here motionless, colors begin to sleep back around me. Along with it are the sounds and a voice, no longer this indistinct ringing it was earlier.
Rebecca? Becca, are you okay? Answer me, will you? You're scaring me. You know what? I think we should just call a taxi since.
Can you keep it down?
Strained, harsh, and completely unintentional, but heat prickling the back of my eyes and mouth throbbing at my temple, I could honestly do with a little silence for now.
Keep it down? We almost crashed, Becca.
I know what happened. It was a lapse. I'm sorry.
A lapse? You call that a lapse? Becca, I really don't want to end up a mangled mess on the side of the road, or a mangled mess anywhere. All I'm asking, if the time ever comes, which I hope isn't right now, is a peaceful death. Give that one to me at least. Not that I'm asking for it, but please.
Isabella. Belle, you're overreacting. If you're so worried, why don't you drive?
Don't have a license.
I keep telling you to get one, didn't I? For the past 5 years. Do you see why now?
I wasn't really expecting to stay here this long. I thought it'd just be for a year or two.
All of a sudden, a pensive mood comes over her. Isabel looks away then, while what's left of my little lecture never crosses the tip of my tongue. I don't allow it to, because in each of those words she let loose earlier is a small truth. This day has always been meant to be something fleeting. And some good money, go home, that's what she'd tell herself doing her first year here. Now, half a decade later, I'm not sure if she still believes that. Even I'm not sure if I still believe it. And if there's something in her reasons that has changed along the way, even if I already have a hunch, it's one thing I'll never bother to ask. Those are hers to keep.
I'll be careful this time, I promise. Just please, can we give this whole thing a rest for now?
She nods, and that's the end of it. Spend the rest of the trip back to Salem well in silence. All thoughts of an overactive imagination plays tricks on a flu-addled mind, and of smiles never meant for my eyes, abandoned if only for a brief moment. It begins innocently enough. Tuesday morning arrives like any other day before it, bright and clear. Even though it comes with an extra helping of unusual October weather, I appreciate being able to catch a glimpse of the clear skies lately. Going through a bout of sickness last week, it does something to lift the mood of what would otherwise be a dreary morning. Despite being mostly a creature of habit, I wind up waking earlier than usual because of it. Still no earlier than Isabella, it appears. I've assumed she'll take a day or two off because of what happened to Miss Cooper, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The sound of the morning news drifts from her unit when I walk past on the way to my mailbag. Hmm. Chances are, around this hour, she's already dressed, ready to go, probably just waiting for the next bus to arrive. Tried following her example before, but I don't think I'll be repeating them.
Really? How can anyone be up before the sun is up?
It's a habit she got from home, she said, instilled by her by the kind of life she grew up in. Like clockwork, it's always 4 a.m. Either help with the chores or prepare her little siblings for school. Surprised me the first time. She didn't look like someone who could. In the end, I've simply passed it off as one of the many things anyone will have to get used to around her. Not that I'll ever fully understand. I'm my parents' only child. We aren't well off, but so far, I live a relatively easy life. Didn't have to think about bills or food for the next day or paying for any siblings' tuition on top of my own or supporting a six father's medication. All I have to worry about were my grades, if it gained mom and dad's approval, or what we'd be having for dinner. When put next to hers, they all pale in comparison. They look less like problems and more like pet issues this way.
Petty issues?
But as unimportant as it all sounds, sometimes his ugly head rears the most inappropriate moments. And sometimes they come through your mailbox in the form of fancy looking letter, pretty ribbons and all. Whoever sent this has spent silly money on the envelope alone. Verging on ridiculous, really. Can already imagine Isabel wrinkling her nose when she sees this, then she'll complain about unnecessary expenses and rich people problems. I'm almost afraid to touch it myself. Simply brushing a hand against a crisp surface will be enough to put a crease on it. And it'll be a terrible sight to the sender. As extravagant as I find this, it's not really the first time I receive one. Most of the time, it's not even for me. So who am I to complain? Either way, no look of surprise across my face once I flip the envelope over to see my parents' name written in a neat script.
Nothing new then.
In their years in the academe, naturally brought with various connections, people from other fields, art, science, business, politics, you name it. This one, though, gives off much personal vibe. Letters like this usually come from the old students, people who've grown fond of my parents, and they in turn treat like they're children of their own. I've only met a few of them, most have moved on to become successful in their chosen careers, and little letters like this are their way of expressing gratitude. One thing mom and dad are proud of, rightly so, I'm happy for them. But there are times I wish they'll remember they have a daughter here. A real one. Not that it's any importance now. Like they didn't raise me well and provided for me. They did. I wouldn't be here where I am now if it weren't for their hard work. And like a dutiful child, I do everything I can to give back. Even small things, letting them know they got another mail waiting for them. Phone rings for a good minute before someone answers. Mom, her voice is warm as I remember.
Hi, Mum. How's the conference going?
Well enough. Until your dad sprained his ankle.
Oh,
Oh no, is it bad?
I'm all right. In case anyone in this family cares to listen, I'm all right. Very much alive, darling.
And there you have it. He'll be up and walking in a few weeks, don't worry. We're going to have to extend our stay here until it heals, though. Is something the matter?
Nothing big. Just that this mail arrived for you this morning.
I'll lie, thankfully she doesn't notice. Although if I'm going to be honest, small part of me yearns for her to do so and ask me about it. Put down the idea almost as soon as it surfaces. Shouldn't make them fret, they're busy.
What does it say?
Raise your glasses, give cheers to the good times, blah blah.
Becca manners. That isn't how I taught you to read.
Sorry. You are cordially. It's an invitation, Mum, for a housewarming party. From, Hannah?
The name rings a bell, though. At the moment, I can't recall when or where I have heard it recently. Nothing too important if I didn't bother committing it to memory. There are a lot of Hanas in the world, so who knows?
Hannah. Hannah.
She also wrote you a note, Mum. It says you used to be her private tutor at the Evans mansion, and that she misses you and would love would love to see you two again.
Makes my heart clench to read another openly say those words to them, the same ones I want to tell them. I want to see you too. It's been years since we've been together as a family, and if there's one thing that hasn't changed from childhood, it's that mom and dad are still busy with their respective careers. Out of the country, away on some meeting or symposium, sometimes for months on end. It only grew more frequent with the years until I'm old enough to live on my own. I like to think that's how I become independent at such an early age. Always praised me for that. Times I wish they didn't.
Evans? Oh, I remember now. Honey, it's Hannah. Hannah Evans. Remember? Bright girl, 2 years older than Becca?
Didn't she get married a few years ago? 7 now, I think. But they grow up so fast, these kids.
Yeah, she invited us to that too. Fonte de Medici. But we missed that one because you had to present your paper in Singapore.
We did send her a note after. Still a shame we couldn't attend, though. What is it about this time?
She sent another invite for a housewarming party. Becca, when is it?
This Friday, Mum.
Oh, that's too bad. We'd love to be there, but Da's not in a condition to go walking around. I guess we'd have to decline again. I really miss that girl.
I could go in your place.
I let it slip without thinking. Personally, never been a fan of gatherings, regardless how simple people make it seem. There's one thing I hate hearing, that disappointed note in mom's voice always ranks first. Whether it's directed at me or some other thing doesn't
Are you
matter.
sure? Don't you have work this Friday?
The event will be in the evening, Mum. It shouldn't take anything away from my schedule. It's all right. The invite's for 2 people. I can bring someone with me so things don't get boring.
I see. Maybe you can also invite Ashton?
Mum, that's a sure no from him. He hates attending parties. But I'll see what I can do. If not, I can always bring Isabella with me. You know her. She won't say no if there's food involved.
Okay, if it's not going to be a big problem for you, I don't see why not. We owe
Hello,
you this
Anima.
one, darling.
How are you? How are you? We're currently playing the letter as a clown. We're playing as Rebecca.
No problem, Mum. I'll even say hi to Hannah for you.
Please do. And let her know we'd love to see her once we're back in the city. Leave
Yeah,
her a
hello,
number or
hello.
something.
We just saw the ghost
I will.
once, but maybe we'll see more once we go to the mansion again.
But you know, the two of you would have become really good friends. Don't you remember? You met with her once. If my memory serves me right, you were 12 then?
This too, I can't recall. It's probably one of those meetings where we only talk a bit before going our ways. She did leave an impression. I'm pretty sure I would have written it up somewhere, or at least recognize her name. As it is, only a few people remember clearly from that time in my life. It's Ashton and Mandy. Who's Mandy? To some extent. Mom mustn't sense my confusion because she
Don't
laughs.
push yourself too hard, darling. Really? It felt like having 2 daughters back then. Sometimes I wish they didn't send her away to boarding school. But, well, you know how often that goes with them. Still, try talking to her while you're there.
Oh, we'll see. I'll let you know what happens after.
I'm looking forward to it, darling. Take care of yourself.
Will do. You too, Mum. Bye. Tell Da to be careful next time.
She chuckles then. A hearty one, tender and always light on my ears. Maybe a stern teacher, but this part of her I love the most. Sound of it still echoes even as our call comes to an abrupt end, bringing with it a memory from so many years ago. My life and responsibilities that accompany adulthood are things far from our minds. Given the chance, I'd love to go back to those. Don't dwell on it though, shaking it all away almost as soon as memory forms a clear picture in my head. Always wondered how Isabella can easily pretend everything's normal over a phone call, then bounce back to her usual self immediately after. I've seen her do it plenty of times. For me, it just drains whatever energy I have. And with a whole day of teaching still ahead of me, I can't afford to look exhausted in front of my students. Even for a wee bit, it's never a good example to set. So, with another sigh, I put everything in the back of my mind and head back to my room. Rest of my day waits. 15 minutes later, I'm heading back out just for the day, my car keys in hand. Ordinarily, I don't stop for anything, and there's never a need to, but that's the beauty of parting complex. It's quiet and everyone keeps to themselves. No useless platitudes in the morning, no need to wear a smile on the face, less other people are noisy enough to ask. Today, however, morning broadcast still plays from Isabella's room. My brisk pace slows to a stop and frown gradually forms in my
She hasn't
face.
left.
Of course, this isn't unusual. There are times when I've left earlier than she did, like last Friday before their open house. But those days are few and far between. It only happens in dire circumstances, though the last part of that might be a bit of an exaggeration. However, with what's happened the last few days, maybe today is one. The death of a friend isn't something anyone can brush off. And for someone like Isabella's kind who gets attached to people easily, with Zachary, Ashton, and I, that has been the case. I can't imagine what she might have been going through right now, especially when the woman who was someone she owed a lot, despite her training being brief. I've given her space last night in deference, but perhaps today might be the proper time to check on her.
Oh, whatever. I've still got time anyway.
With light steps, I move closer to her door, hand already poised to knock. Still, I don't do so until I hear her answer me.
Isabella? Belle? Are you in there?
No answer. After a second, I finally knock, lightly so I don't disturb her, in case she's sleeping and has merely left the telly running last night. Never mind how she never lets that happen, ever. Waste of electricity and all.
I just want to check on you before I leave. Are you going to work today, Belle?
Still
I'm
nothing.
about to leave. If you want, I can drop you off.
Another round of knocking. Then I'm fishing out a copy of her key from my bag and locking the door. She lent it years ago after I complained about the mess and offered my help in cleaning up. I thought the gesture was completely unnecessary back then. After all, I could always knock, but she never did bother taking them from me, always returning it or turning away from the conversation whenever I insist. At one point, I've simply stopped trying to hand it back to her.
Isabella? I'm coming in, all right?
Without waiting for her answer, push the door open. Oh no. Her room is still so dirty. Her unit's still a mess. I set little cups on the table, pile of clothes on one side, papers strewn about everywhere, an unkempt bed, among other things. This dish must given will always be a given. I've been here several times already. I still wonder how she can function like a human being with a place in this state. However, that's neither here nor there. Sure what I'm expecting, but certainly not finding an empty flat. Granted, she could have left earlier than usual, but she never ever leaves without making sure she's unplugged everything. That's something she doesn't forget to do. Never. It doesn't help that her bathroom appears unused this morning. Another habit can only mean she hasn't been here since last night. Perhaps even since the morning after Miss Cooper's death. Idea doesn't sit well with me, with the news we've been hearing
The
lately.
authorities are still trying to find the cause of death for all the victims. Early investigation revealed most of them were employed under Briar Realty Corporation at the time of death. Meanwhile, BRC has refused to comment on this.
Gathering my wits, I immediately place a call to her mobile. Rings for a good minute, sound of comfort in itself, but when another minute rolls by without her answering, well, I'm not a woman prone to panicking, suddenly bouts of temper maybe, but never panic, despite how I may sound when speaking. When it ultimately goes straight to her voicemail, it's the only thing I let out. The pause doesn't last long, though. The next moment, my fingers already moving across the screen in search of two people who might be able to help. Sash your number, find first and dial. All to have it, but even Isabel thinks he's dependable when the situation calls for it. Despite how much they give each other grief, that already says a lot about him. There's Zachary, but around this hour he's probably still sleeping. Even if he has freelance work, he's very likely has just gotten himself in bed. He's the last person I want to bother, if anything. The wait doesn't take long. Soon a click, then Ashton's voice echoes through the receiver, rough and still heavy with sleep. He never did grow fond of mornings.
Christ, what time is it? What's up?
Not you, apparently.
Good one. Did you call us early just to make that joke? I'm going back to sleep.
No, Ash, hold on. This is important.
Becca, stakeout last night. Make this quick. I've still got a few hours before the chief bothers me.
Sorry, I'll let you go back to sleep after. It's just that... Wait, you were on a stakeout last night?
Did I say that? Shit. Forget I said that. Forget I said anything. Forget we had this conversation.
So, you have no idea?
About what? About what? I also have no idea why we're talking so early in the morning, so there's that.
No, will you stop sleep talking or whatever for a second? Belle didn't come home last night. She's gone.
Who?
Isabella!
Stefan answer, a brief pause comes after, followed by something blunt and heavy hitting hard surface and a string of rather colorful curses from him. Moment I might have been many things I'll keep to myself, remember fondly in the next few days if things aren't the way they are. When he picks up again, there's no trace of sleep left in his voice. Did he hit his feet somewhere?
Say that again, from the top.
Isabella's gone, Ash. She didn't come home last night. Her flat's empty. She left her telly running. You know she doesn't do that at...
Okay, Becca, stop. Calm down first. You're starting to panic.
I'm not!
You are. Breathe. One person's not going to simply disappear like that. This is Isabella we're talking about. Did you try calling her?
What did you think is the first thing I did? She's not picking up. It went to her voicemail.
How about Zach? Did you check with him?
Not yet. I didn't want to bother him. You know he has trouble sleeping and all that.
All right, I'll go ask Zach. I'll call you back.
No, wait!
He ends a call before I can utter a single word of protest. First time since entering this room, tension is gone from my shoulders and my breathing has eased. The bed creaks, I sink down on it with a sigh. The telly still blares the same uninteresting news. I'm surrounded by clutter. All the same, it feels strangely calm to be here, without worry nagging at me. Is this the day when Isabella went to Zach? I have to apologize to Zachary later for sending Ashton his way this early, but for now, relying on the latter for this isn't the wrong choice. It never will be. It's something I won't ever doubt in him, much like his promises. True to his words, he calls back only a few minutes after the last one has ended.
She's with Zach.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. She could have at least sent a message last night.
What are you, her mother?
So one thing to hear from Isabella, but from Ashton?
I don't want to hear anything like that from you.
I'm serious. You've got to stop treating her like she's one of your students, Becca. You don't have to keep tabs on her every time. Last I checked, she's only 3 years younger than the two of us. That's almost a decade gap from those kids you're teaching, you know?
Says the person who keeps calling her Scaredy Cat.
That's not related at all. Anyway, I'll go check how she's doing. Don't stress yourself out. You go ahead to work.
Wait, you? Don't you have a precinct to be at? Whatever happened to not treating her like one of my students? Because if anyone's going to ask me, I think you're doing the same thing.
Zach said it's an emergency. Something happened last night.
Emergency?
He didn't put in those exact same words, but it sounded like it.
Ash, what really happened? Is Isabella fine?
She's alright. She's safe. Zach let her stay the night after she... Look, okay. Z-Man wasn't clear about it, but let me handle this. I'll check on her. I'll bring her home.
Sounds like a lie if I ever heard one. Sort where he omits things so people won't fret. And I'm not sure whether I should be happy he cares that much to do that. There shouldn't be a need for this between us, is there? We grew up together, didn't we? He knows I'm capable of at least hearing out the truth without knowing at me for the rest of the day. He knows me better than that. I know him better than that. Frankly, there's plenty of other things to say about this. But despite and after all the trouble he went through and how things are moving at the moment, only one thought occurs to me. I can handle it. Why does he have smooth go such length for a person he only met 5 years ago? I wish I could ask him that. Oh, you're just jealous. I wish I could simply say to his face, finally get a straight answer from him, instead of doing whatever this is we're doing. Instead of beating around the bush. Has the years changed us this much? Has adulthood changed us this
You've
much?
done enough, Ash. Let me take it from here.
Ashton is quiet for a little while. You can almost see the frown in him, hear the gears turning in his head.
Don't you have a class to teach today? Tuesdays are your busiest this school year, aren't they?
Yeah, but someone has to check on her. And I don't want to impose on you any further. I've already disturbed your sleep.
You're not imposing. Besides, I'm doing you a favor. I know you, Becca. You hate being late or missing a day of work for a very small thing. Leave this to me.
You said you're waiting for a call from the chief.
I'm dropping by the precinct anyway. There's some trouble I have to fix with those guys. It won't be completely out of the way.
Ashton,
I trail off, at loss for words in the end. From the start, it's a losing battle. We may have been together for a long time, known each other far better than other people, but doesn't mean we often see things eye to eye. Time and again, it's a matter of agreeing to disagree. This is oft how the status quo is kept. Whenever it comes to this, I can only accept it begrudgingly.
Okay, whatever you want to do.
I'll let you know what happened afterwards, I promise. I'll call you later. You have a good day.
I admit it, the way he puts it isn't comforting enough. He can be blunt like that, so many unknown variables, so many words left unsaid. We should simply lay them out unopened because, like this, I'm more inclined to think there's an exaggeration on the other's part. If it's from Zachary or Ashton, I don't know. In the end, all I can do is wait, go about my day, and hope for the best. For leaving, I spare Isabella's room one last glance, disturbingly quiet now without her in it. I'll get answers from her later. For now, my concerns are best left there. Rest of the day slips away in a blur. Despite my best efforts in keeping this morning's events from surfacing my mind, it sticks. In a way, everything today simply feels like a reminder. Every conversation, regardless of how casual, every topic, no matter how mundane it seems. I blame the news entirely for this. Recent happenings brought quite a few interesting stories to everyone's attention, mostly superstitious talk of death. And when locals talk about death here, anyone can sure hell count on someone bringing up that mansion Isabella sold not a few weeks ago. Even my own students won't stop yapping about it. I think it's even worse when it was put back up in the market. Now there are more stories. If it's this world reminding me what matters simply because the atmosphere around this time of year calls for it, I'd rather take the latter. At least then I can be sure people will forget about it in favor of another set of holidays after. Nevertheless, this may be a painful thing to admit, but listening to them is a pleasant distraction while waiting for Ashton's call. Hope he didn't forget it. The school's day is about to end
No,
soon.
that's got nothing with what I heard.
You always hear stuff. I'm not sure if half of them's even real.
No, really. Rowan knows about it. He used to be in the same class with them.
I can hear you from back here, you know.
Whatever, Rowan. Anyway, the story goes like this. There were 3 of them. They entered the mansion on a dare, and they were all never seen
Oh, are
again.
these the students in the recording that Marian saw?
No one knows what happened to them. Up to this day. Scary shit, man.
Cock and bull story. Calling it now.
No, you don't get it. Why don't you ask Miss Gales then? Better yet, why don't you go inside the place? I'm betting my allowance you can't do it.
Their talk immediately halts when I look up, all of them suddenly pretending to be engrossed in their current activity. Still, a word put stopper to this nonsense is needed. Creativity and imagination fostered by these stories, one thing, but reckless ideas should be corrected before anything potentially tragic comes to it. Hello, hello, Lib. How are you, Lib? Oh, you're collecting points again. Thank you for dropping by. So, continuing this horror visual novel, and I am a clown today.
Back to your worksheets, everyone. And I don't want to hear any talk of dares or going inside that mansion. It's private property now. You'd all better stay away from it before.
What's that? At the noise, the whole lot of them go silent. You can almost hear a pin drop. Look on their face would have made a funny picture, but that's irrelevant at the moment. If that's a student loitering around, someone's going to be in trouble.
I'll be back. If you're done, you can leave your worksheets on my desk. Keep the noise to a minimum while I'm gone, okay?
I can sense their eyes on me as I walk out the door. Muted kind of anticipation. A bit unnerving, but it's far more agreeable than the feeling of being watched I've been enduring these past few days. Class is still in session for most of the rooms. In a few hours, once the final bell rings, however, this place will once again be filled with busy chatter footfalls, an everyday cycle in itself. For the moment, I let the silence guide me. My ears focusing on whatever sounds there are and there will be, searching for that distinct clang of metal. A good minute passes, and for a portion of it, only my steps echoes through the halls. And another. I'm about to turn around when the sound of it holds my footsteps. It's a little muffled and infrequent, grows louder after each interval. With the hallway devoid of people, if I don't put a stop to it soon, I'll start to disturb the other class still going on. Is it a ghost? Looking for it doesn't take long. All I do is follow the racket. Shortly, I'm standing in front of a nondescript row of unoccupied lockers. Oh, the music changed, so the ghost is in here. For inside of them, sitting in the middle, comes the annoyingly disrupted now that I'm facing it. Like someone's pounding a metal door from the inside, hoping to get out. Leaning forward, trying to get a glimpse of the horizontal slats, whatever causing it. But in this light, only darkness greets me on the other round of clanging. Louder than the previous one, more desperate. Heard stories before from other schools from other colleagues who had to deal with it once or twice, although personally, I've never encountered one myself. I can only thank the heavens I haven't yet. But
If this is another kid, some other student stuffed in a locker.
with a huff, I straighten up, started briefly with a frown. Without delay, I reach for its handle and once it stops, immediately replace a muffled sound of mobile phone ringing. I give the door a few raps before taking my attention away. A second, another, nothing, or no one responds. I finally avert my eyes, pull out my mobile. Ashton's voice greets me on the other end of the line, oddly cheerful in light of this morning's matter. Or maybe because I'm expecting some grave or serious news from him. Instead, I get this.
Hey, Becca.
Well, you sound happy.
I do? My voice still sounds the same to me.
There are only a few things I know that could be the reason for that tone. Sweets, or he's gotten a good lead in his case. Sound of it, I'm going to assume it's the former, since lately that case is all that's running inside his head. And if there's ever a third one, I've never heard of it yet. It can only be one of the two.
Ignore that. How's Isabella?
Drove her home a few minutes ago. I think she's sleeping now. Sorry this took a while. Z-Man gave us the puppy eyes after we tried to leave. Had some food prepared for us, apparently. We didn't have the heart to say no.
That's all right. Is she okay now?
I'm not really sure. She didn't say anything to Zach, but she mentioned a plan to take a few days off from work. It was a passing comment before I left her, so I didn't get to ask.
Must be because of Rose's death.
Could be. It doesn't seem like it from Zach's story, though. He said she was shaking when she got there.
Shaking?
The word triggers a memory. From 3 days ago on the way home from a little treat after she sold the mansion. Didn't think much of it at night time, but I won't lie, it scared me. Terrified look on her face, how she sounded when she suddenly screamed.
Becca? Still there?
Yeah, I just remembered something. Sorry, don't mind me.
Look, if you can talk to her, get the story out of her. That would be great. She wouldn't talk to Zach or me even when I tried. Maybe she'll speak up if it's you?
I'll give it a go, but I can't promise anything, okay? You know how stubborn she can get. But thanks for letting me know about this.
No problem. If anything comes up, just drop me a line, okay?
A short pause before he cuts the call from his end, and once again I'm alone with my thoughts. Rather than answers, all I got from it are questions, more of them, one on top of the other, as if the world isn't planned to give me my break anytime soon. That's a problem I'll tackle later. Right now, I've got students who need to be taught follies of eavesdropping. If the slightly open door and there's smothered laughter from inside is
All
an
right,
indication.
enough eavesdropping. All of you, back to your seats.
Is that your boyfriend, Miss Scales?
None of your business.
He totally is.
Quick scuffle follows that comment. If there's a retort prepared to the tip of my tongue, drop ever pretense of letting it loose on them. It's no use arguing with teenagers sometimes, boisterous as they all are. They're still my kids, though. Rough around the edges, maybe, but still my kids. Shaking my head, I head back to the classroom with a smile, but not before taking a glance at the locker again. Hasn't made a sound since.
Must be the wind.
So without another look, I leave it alone. There's blood now. Well, that's that. All in all, the entire school day ends without a hitch. I could have gone better, mind you, but with the exams nearing, getting out of work before the sun has set looks like though it's far off dream for now. At least until they're over, then we have the holidays to look forward to. There really are times when you simply take what you can get for the time being.
Nothing wrong with that.
All I'm hoping for is this will continue until the whole day ends. There's still that promise I made to Ash, and frankly, the idea alone doesn't sound good. If Isabel didn't talk to them, what makes them think she'll talk to me? It's not like there's a hierarchy, is there? Just because I can handle Isabel's childish tendencies doesn't mean I can do it all the time.
Really, those two give me too much credit.
Nevertheless, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, if only because I'm also worried about her, and both Zachary and Ashton deem it important that somebody get the story out of her. Here's to hoping it's got nothing to do with that letter. Again. Understand if she feels a bit stressed lately, but keeping that story going on for more than a week is bound to get tiring at one point. Seriously, I really don't want this to end in another argument. God willing, the cafe special will help smoothen things out. After all, it's always been food with her. Or money, but mostly food. At this hour, the cafe usually filled to the brim with people. There's reason Isabel and I rarely ever go here during the evenings. Simply too much of a hassle when we can prepare food ourselves in the comfort of our homes. There really isn't much reason to eat out lately. With life on a busy streak. No time for long lines, better spent doing something productive, yes?
Lucky there isn't one tonight.
Only few people are idling around the counter. Four of them, in fact, a woman in her 60s, a teenager busy with his phone. Both are just waiting to reserve their orders. Oh! It's the demon child and Luke. Or Draco. The other two, a posh-looking man and child who immediately recognizes Kylie, appear to have not yet picked anything they want. For some reasons, my stare lingers at the guy. Though dressed relatively well and looks harmless, I haven't seen him around these parts before. Someone you never heard, perhaps. Even so, there's something familiar in him. Yeah, you saw him already, Becca. It feels like I've seen him somewhere before. It also begs the question, why is Kylie with him? Of course, the girl easily takes liking to anyone who buys her sweets, so it's both a bit worrisome and unsurprising. The blonde bloke doesn't particularly thrilled with the company, though. Tear my eyes away from them soon enough once the guy on counter appears, ready to take my order. That, and I'd also hate to be accused of ogling strangers.
Evening special. Take out.
It's already punching the order before I even finish. Saying order out loud is really more for formality's sake and made out of habit. He has known Isabella and I long enough that if we ever drop by here, already knows it's always because I'm buying dinner for both of us. Rarely visit here alone if I can help it, but Isabella can sometimes be a bad influence. Gives me a small smile before leaving to prepare my order. While I fish for my wallet, when...
You little ankle biter. If I buy you the biggest parfait they have, will you please behave? I would just like 10 minutes of peace and quiet.
You said you'll get me some bread pudding this time.
Yeah, well, darling, they said they ran out of it. Just pick another one so we can be on our way.
They're perfectly parfait doesn't look as cute as the one Mama bought me.
Parfait is just ice cream, sweetheart. It'll melt no matter how dainty it appears. In the end, it'll all look like an ugly puddle. Now come on, just pick one. It could even be the most expensive one on that list. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Oh, what I would give for someone to buy you off my hands, right?
What? My whole attention instantly snaps back at them and their conversation. Jumping to conclusions isn't something I'm particularly fond of, especially when all I have are basis assumptions. Like you can't really trust strangers these days. No one around the cafe seems to have noticed his words either. Very suspicious words. Still, I don't move. Yet. But my hand has already shifted from my wallet to the book I'm carrying. Hardbound textbook. Looks harmless, but if situation calls for it, it might be a good deadly. Yes, smack him! Smack him! Might. Haven't gotten a chance to try it anywhere so far. Today could be the day.
But you promised.
Look, if you don't want a parfait, how about a Bonifay pie? I'm sure it'll taste just as good as any other bread pudding.
Ooh, banoffee pie. I like that.
I'll even buy you the entire tray. How does that sound?
That's not what you said before.
Well, sweetheart, adults change their minds sometimes.
You said if I come with you, you'll buy me a bread pudding, and I did, and now you won't keep your promise. I want to go home. I miss Mama.
No, darling, if I remember correctly, and I have a good memory, honey. What I said was, if you come quietly with me, I might buy you one. The quiet part didn't happen. Though now that I'm sober, I think this is a bad idea. And I should just ship you someplace else for that peace and quiet.
Oh, that's it. No hesitation. Basis is within my reach. Without warning, I'm slamming the flat area of my book against his skull. It's a cry of pain followed by him instantly crouching down, hands nursing the sore spot. Almost comically, if this were a different situation, the safety of St. Goretti's student isn't at stake. Probably feel sorry for him. I mean, has anyone seen how thick this book is?
Get behind me, Kylie.
Miss Pink!
It's amusing how fast the expression changes from the pouty one earlier to something of utter delight upon seeing me. It's no time for pleasantries, not even quick ones, because soon the man straightens. I'm readying my favorite newfound weapon for another hit. You really just hit him. The Serb. Except this time he's ready, where I can land another one. His hand shoots up and catch my wrist in a firm hold. And the look of his Draco. His father will hear about this.
Bloody hell, woman! What's your problem?
Say he's pissed would be a complete understatement. Had I been a weak-willed sort, I'd probably cower under his sharp gaze. That simply isn't how I roll. He thinks he can scare me and do as he pleases here just because I'm a woman or whatever his reasons may be. He's got another thing coming for him. So instead, I return to him the same intensity with the same venom.
What's my problem? You're the one who has a problem here. Rotten bowbags like you don't deserve the freedom to run this town. What are you doing to this girl?
And why is that any of your business, pray tell?
Kidnap her! She thought he was kidnapping her.
Oh, it's my business if I make it to be.
That's her uncle.
Now, release me or I'll call the police.
Oh, you think that scares me, Daisy?
I have a name, you sleazy douchebag.
Oh, I'm sure.
His grip on my hand only tightens when I attempt to shake it off. His tone may be dripping with anger and sarcasm, but the gleam in his eyes says it all. He's getting a kick out of this. Riling people up, getting on their nerves, invading their personal space. He knows exactly what and which buttons to push. The nerve of this person. The nerve of this arsehole. He thinks I'm going to give in to his goading? Please, he might as well just kiss his sorry behind. Hit him where it hurts! Fuck, we're not doing most sensible right now. Teach him tough lessons. Yeah, hit him!
You have until the count of 5 to let me go and step out of my personal space.
A fair warning, fairer than any I can offer people of this kind. I'm already being considerate. Hell, this arsehole doesn't even deserve a warning. Doesn't listen, well, he's as much responsible for what will happen next as
Or
anyone.
else what?
Hit him!
Such vulgar words coming out of that pretty mouth. A gorgeous flower like you shouldn't even be saying.
Hit the balls.
Don't say I didn't warn you, bowbag.
Love that intensity, Daisy. FYI, I like feisty in a woman. It gives them this certain charm. Why don't you?
5.
Second of silence, then without any preamble, my leg moves in a fluid motion, delivers a swift, powerful, well-placed kick in his nether regions. Needless to say, the effect is instantaneous. He yelps, abruptly drops his hold of me, and kneels over, howling from the pain. I can see tears forming from the corners of his eyes, though. The mere sight of it prompts not an ounce of remorse from me. Would have been gentler if he isn't such a dirty little prick with an ego too big for his head. Too bad. But this obliterates my chance of him ever procreating remains to be known, but a part of me is already praying he doesn't ever breed after this. We have no need for more of him in this world.
You mad woman!
I warned you, you ass!
Why you? This is harassment, I'm telling you! Harassment!
Then why don't you tell that to the police once they get here,
You despicable! Whatever you're assuming I am, I'll have you know it's all in your head. None of it's true. You best have that pretty brain of yours checked before that gets worse. What is wrong with you? Is this the face of someone who'd do anything suspicious?
Yes.
Oh? You don't think a stranger luring an innocent child with promises of sweets before whisking them away from their parents doesn't warrant any suspicion? You have a very funny definition of suspicious, asshole. Maybe you're the one who should have that head of yours checked.
The kid asked me to buy her sweets. You're the one who's suspicious here. I'll have you know, I have a wife.
That much at least appears to have a sliver of truth to it. Even makes show of brandishing his left-handed face with much flourish. Sure enough, a wedding ring is there, though all that's earned him is an impressed glare from me. Immediately, a small part of me starts to feel sorry for whatever poor woman married this son. Don't understand why he has to bring her up either, as it mention of her alone will magically present a solution to his problem. She must truly be a remarkable woman if she can handle a dirtbag like him.
And even my wife of all people in this bloody city, has never, I'm telling you, accused me of such a scandalous thing! You crazy woman!
Married or not, you're still a sleaze. Honestly, I feel...
Miss Pink, why are you fighting with my teal?
There you go. Whatever words still left to be said, here dies on my tongue. The same thing goes for the sleaze. Besides us standing skyly gawking at the same curious stare she often brings with her. I know that look all too well, precocious child through and through. Doesn't say anything earlier. Her gaze simply moves between us, eyeing us both carefully, clearly anticipating an answer. From my experience, when it gets like this with children her age, it's sure a sign they won't leave you. Till you've given them an answer they're satisfied with. Lying won't do either. It has dissolved into a shouting match for heaven's sake. And did she just say Tio? Something falls straight in the pit of my stomach after that. Yeah, because you just assumed that he's a predator. It was gentle when I finally addressed her, void of any apprehension and what might be first sense of embarrassment. Pointedly ignore the latter. It can be very well just be the hunger speaking.
Holy sweetie, do you know this oaf?
Yeah, he's Teal Luke.
Right at the moment, my brain stops. Every line of thought, every argument I still have against a man besides me dissipates in a haze. Amidst all of it, when memory gets triggered from a few days ago. Yeah, she mentioned him already.
Tio? the one you mentioned before? The uncle? The guy Rowan wanted to impress? Or was that a dare? I'm sorry, I can't recall. Is it the one who promised he'll take Big Brother someplace cool?
Yeah, the one and the same. Don't you know who he is?
I sure as hell don't, darling. So if I do, I wouldn't have let everything I said earlier come out of my mouth.
He's my Teal Luke, gazillionaire extraordinaire, and the fairy godfather.
He's your godfather. That's nice.
The one and only. Did I get that right, Tio?
More than right, sweetheart. I'm sure Miss Pink here understood everything you said quite perfectly.
Whatever is landed bottom of my stomach prior has straight up to my face and stayed there. The heat from it slowly spreading to my cheeks, coloring my face in almost the same shade as my hair. Only the earth would swallow me whole here and now. Sighs are on me, can feel them jeering, mocking. I can't even bring myself to look at him. What's in there? Amusement? I doubt it. He's probably having the time of his life right now. But I know I can hear the sneer in his tone along when he talks. He has that smug grin on him, which I may or may not want to punch off his face at present, just for the hell of it. But damage control. Apologies, look. Pays to apologize to a sleazebag like him. This is my mistake. With Kylie watching us goes by, I want to set the bad example for her, do I? I'm surprised she grew up a child. She is, if anything. I want to be the role model this man couldn't possibly become for her. Even if it means taking a few blows to my ego, stroking his unsufferable one. Deep gulp of air, short moment to swallow my self-respect, and then I'm facing him. The words are out of my mouth in a single breath.
I'm really, really sorry, sir. I had no idea.
His smirk is impossible to miss. He's not making an effort to hide it, even his smile is so irritatingly present in his tone. I could slap it off him, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Now, it's an honest mistake, Daisy.
No, I really mean it. I actually thought you were. And then.
It's fine now. It probably happens quite a lot to a few people who look suspicious to you. Seems I'm one of them now. But don't lose sleep over it. Do be careful with that book, though. A little more and you would have dislodged my poor brain off my head. What would I ever do if that happens?
He's gonna sue.
Did it leave a mark or anything? If you want, we can have it checked. I'll handle the expenses if there's a need for it.
Now, what kind of man would I be if I let an attractive woman such as yourself do that? Why don't we just look at it this way? My forgiveness is coming from the utter goodness of my heart.
What a douchebag. So full of himself, exactly kind of person I'll happily leave to die in a ditch somewhere.
Of course, sir. Why didn't I think of it that way?
I know, right? But even someone as capable as you is bound to have a few lapses. No harm done, Daisy. Let's move on from this.
Well, if you're going to put it like that, then I guess there's nothing left for us to talk about.
I figured as much.
Awkward? We'll exchange nothing but an awkward displays of fake pleasantries. One that brings much agony to the very pride I willingly held back a while ago. Might need a drink later so I can forget any of this ever happened. Would have thought the time would come when I'd meet someone tougher to handle than Isabella. Miracles of miracles, I swear. But to my surprise, he prefers me to hand shortly before they leave. For a shake, I realized, after a long minute staring at it. I accept it, albeit half-heartedly. All the goodwill that small gesture represents smells in the air as he winks at me. Winks! The gall of this man. However, there's no moment to ponder about it. A second later, the guy at the counter waves me over and hands me a paper bag as soon as I've paid. He offers me another smile before I leave. Normally, I would return it for simply sake of returning it. Don't at all, with the latter happening more commonly. For the time being, I do so freely. That encounter, the scene we've caused, seeing a friendly gesture being extended to me, albeit from a person I barely know on a personal level, feels like a reassurance despite bearing no promise of better days. I take what little I can of it with me and I step out into the night. A cloudless night sky greets me when I walk out the cafe. Beyond the tall buildings, a blanket of stars spread out before me. Isabella once told me the best place to view it is someplace outside the city, away from the noise and the obtrusive lights. She seen once in her mom's hometown, another time in the university she used to attend. Then she asked if it's possible to try it out here sometime. I agreed with her at the time, if only because she appeared excited at the mere prospect of it. We made those little plans along with Zachary and Ashton. Though up until now I never got around it. Even so, I find myself enjoying this, despite being told it's only half the experience. Little things you know, stuff you learn to appreciate when you're alone. So at certain times you get to meet people who are fortunately born with an innate talent to ruin the mood and seen with their mere existence alone. For example, the very driver of the car fast approaching my direction. Luckily, he doesn't notice me, The fleeting moment we pass each other eye gives me a brief glance of the people who he's with. Ah! Oh, the ghost is with him! Kylie's sitting on the back seat with a serving of bread pudding in her hands. And beside him must be his wife. That's not the wife! Takes a turn, disappears in the nearest corner. But throughout the night, the cursor glimpse of all things bother me has left wondering what kind of person his wife is. And more than that, his silent prayer to the universe. I hope I don't ever cross paths with that douche. Yeah, I'm sorry, you will. You will attend the party. After having such an eventful day, anyone will think nothing will surprise me anymore. Here I am standing on top of the stairwell, watching an odd scene unfold before me. Relief crossed my mind first, followed by confusion.
What is she doing there?
Though, given what happened this morning, the question feels inappropriate to ask directly. What's important is Isabella's here. She's sitting cross-legged on the hallway, just right in front of her room. Several papers, folders scatter about. Each of them seems so important as the next. More than once, upon giving this scene a quick scan of Spatbriar Realty's logo at the topmost of the pages. Everything considered, it looks like a mess made by a third grader working on crunch time. Landlady will have few things to say about this when she finds out. I have a few things to say about it myself, in fact. Something in the calm, focused manner to hold herself at present keeps me from disturbing her with that reminder. So going through each paper with this intensity. Her brows furrowed, lips in a tight line, both hands moving in precise movements as she shifts through each sheet. And when she finds something of note, she moves closer, those almost touching whatever paper she's holding, and grabs her phone to call someone.
Hello. Sorry to call you this late. There's something I just want to confirm, if that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Thanks anyway. Not that one either.
It's a cycle. She goes through call after call, then after the last one ends, she shuffles through a pile again and dials another number. Is it work? Never seen her this engrossed with her own work before. Otherwise, she would have noticed my presence the moment I reached our floor. She investigating the properties that Rose handled. After the ninth call, she still appears oblivious to it as when I've arrived. She allows the light side this time, immediately take its opportunity to interrupt.
Isabella, you know the house rules here.
At once, her head jerks back and hit the concrete wall behind her with a thump. There's Isabella I know, glad it's still there. Allow her a moment to nurse it before speaking again.
Becca, you're late.
Yeah, I ran into a little trouble at the cafe. But I brought food for the two of us, if you haven't eaten anything yet.
As anticipated, she grins once I raise the bag of food I'm holding. It doesn't reach her eyes. There's nothing on the cheerful glint in it this time. It's a hollow tone for the sake of being polite. Ashton's right. Something's happened.
Yeah, maybe later. I've got to finish this first. Just leave it here. I'll eat it once I'm done. Thanks, Becca.
You can't eat this here. You know how the landlady would react.
Yeah, why are you outside?
Why are you even working outside? Your room's right there.
I know. Sorry. It just feels stuffy in my apartment right now. I'll go back inside once everything's been aired out. I promise.
That has never bothered you before.
Well, it bothers me now.
Oh, really? Just now? I find that hard to believe.
Yeah? Shouldn't you be happy? I mean, you've been complaining even if it's not your room. Now I know how you're feeling when it's messy, so I'm going to clean. Isn't that a good thing?
Despite what's supposed to be good news, an exhale comes from me, drawn out and
It's
slow.
a good thing, Isabella. Believe me. But you're as bad as Zachary at lying. What's really going on?
She hastily averts her eyes, a surefire indicator that this is going to be one of those lengthy conversations that can possibly end with the other person angry. Again. So one thing I'd like to avoid tonight at all costs. Still, I've made a promise to Ashton and Zachary. If she didn't talk to them, who else is she going to talk to? If she keeps all this all to herself, who knows what might happen.
Isabella, you can tell me. Is it about your family?
Slight movement of her lips, although a frown, it's a reaction at least. I'm getting
Rose?
there. She merely shakes her head. Just a
Come
little more.
on, I know something happened. I don't know if it's because of Rose, but I know it's related to her somehow. You weren't here when I visited this morning, and both Zachary and Ashton are worried about you. If you don't want to tell them, you can tell me. Does it have something to do with work? Office?
If I didn't know her, I might have missed it. She shifts then, her clenched fist clenching tight and teeth biting her lower lip. And then there's fear. Look of terror in her is the last thing I expected to see out of everything. Her mouth trembles briefly before she opens them. When she finally voices it out, words simply spill out of her mouth, one after another. All of it. True to what I've promised her, I'll listen, because this is something she's been keeping to herself, even from the two most dependable people I know. The fact she chose to tell me this speaks a lot to me.
Becca, she was there again. Last night? In the office? Boss passed me all of Rose's workload yesterday. For the Ermengarde mansion. I had to stay late to finish them all. And then...
All right,
when I was about to go home, I saw her.
You don't want to see the ghost? Don't get out from me! I forgot to open the throwing system. You're not able to throw.
I saw her again.
Let me open it.
She was standing in front of me again last night, Becca. I couldn't get away. She was blocking the door. If I hadn't hidden myself, even if I made the tiniest noise, if she found me. Becca, she almost did.
There, you can throw again.
If she
You're
saw
gonna
me
find
under
yourself.
my table, I think that would have been the end of it. I'm scared. I'm so scared I won't be able to do anything.
Stop it! By the end, her hands are trembling, her breathing comes out rasping and terrible. For a long moment, I let the silence stretch out between us, let her sobs fill it instead. But even as her soft whimpers died down minutes later, there's a heaviness hanging in the air. Not just from her, but also from me. The exasperation over this whole matter, my whole frustration over her stupid superstitions, when she could do us all a favor and grow backbone. She may be young, but she's no longer that young. So, about time to put an end to this. She can't keep going on like this. She's still got plenty of years to live out. And what if she goes home? What if we're no longer here to keep her fears in line with what's real? What would she do? You also saw a ghost. Why don't you believe her? Or afraid of her? From what kind of imagination would do to her than of what some imaginary monster? What? There was a monster that was looking for her. Believe her. With the manner she's looking at me right now, there's an expectation in it. A hope, a plea sewn together. Who wants me to believe her this time? If it's like that, then what am I supposed to say now? Believe her. Is this why you didn't go home last night? Good night, Charmy. As much as I want to set her straight, a reprimand isn't what she needs right now. With that pouty face she's giving me, I doubt it'll even end well if I push it. I know her. When she wants to be stubborn, she's stubborn. But there are moments when she can be acquiescing too. Times when she'll be more accepting of what I tell her, despite her inclination to disagree with it. That talk can wait. In the meantime, I'll be the ear that listens to her without judging her, without criticizing her, despite my own
You
opinions.
should have called me.
She stares at me like a grown another head, and laughter slips out before I can stop myself.
There? I can't do that! What will you do? Hit her with a book? You'll be dead before that happens. And...
That isn't what I'm talking about. After you got out, you should have phoned me. You didn't have to go to Zachary's.
Of course, her mouth curled up, sheepy smile by generation definition, but this is Isabella. Her smile are never half-hearted, never lacks her high spirits. In spite of this, I know everything's going to be okay, somehow. After all, she learned how to pick herself up long ago, long before we met.
Yeah. Sorry. I don't even remember how I ended up in Zach's place. I was in a hurry to get out of the office, and it was already late. Besides, I don't really think you'll believe me if I wake you up over something like that.
That's beside the point. True or not, there are people who will always be concerned about you. There's Zachary, but he's the first person you went to, and you didn't tell him anything. You just slept there. There's Ashton too, and me. But how do you think I'll be able to explain to your aunt or your family if you suddenly disappeared? Think about that.
Right. I'll remember that next time.
Then she grins, playful and mischievous, a preamble to an old banter. Still not quite there, still not quite her usual self, but with it, I knew we were bound to get her back soon.
Mom!
I told you not to call me that.
Send an elbow to her side for added measure, but when laughter follows a familiar gesture, none of it is unexpected. This is what's comfortable. This is how we found equal ground despite our stark differences. So for the moment, I accept things as they are. Afterwards, a hush stretches out before us. For Isabella, this is rare. This isn't her. Yet in this moment, as she fiddles with the edge of another paper near her, as she hugs her knees close to herself and let a pensive expression linger on her, it feels strangely fitting. As if this is where everything's supposed to lead if we're allowed it long ago. Seconds later, the moment she's broken by the sound of the door easing open and a voice begging some little piece.
How many times have I told you girls not to loiter around the hallway? It's noisy. Some people here are trying to sleep. Quiet down or go do your talking inside. I'm pinning a memo to your door the next time this happens.
There you go.
Millennials.
Sorry, we won't do it again.
You'd better.
The door closes and Isabella starts gathering the mess she's made, carefully stacking them all in her arm. At a loss for what to do, I held her victim. For the first time, I get a closer look at it, completely unintentional, of course. Catches my attention nevertheless. A confused frown makes its way to my face. Why is she looking through this? I look to her for explanation, but she merely ignores the question in my eyes. Takes the paper off my hands and finishes cleaning up. The last paper she puts on top is a letter. The one she supposedly found in the mansion, and was probably the root cause of this odd behavior. I shoot her questioning look for that too. All she gives me is a smile. In a halting tone so completely unlike
Becca,
her.
I'll find a way out of this. You guys don't have to worry about me. Anyways, I should go. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
Getting myself some food. Don't wait for me.
What? She bought food. Isabella walks away before I can stop her. I can remind her I brought food enough for the two of us. Quickly disappears down the stairwell while left standing in an empty hallway, holding 2 bags of takeout. One of them will go uneaten tonight. Just an innocent passing thought. One that I don't dwell much as I head back to my room. I ignore all of it in the same way I've assumed I won't ever encounter that douche again. Friday is the party, it's Thursday now. The brief lull in the past 2 days offered is nice while it lasted. Or as nice as it can get, with the worries of Isabella's whereabouts creeping up to me every now and then. She doesn't show up. Last time we talked, we had in the hallway, but dinner I have bought had since been given to a different neighbor before it spoils. By all means, this shouldn't be anything to lose sleep over. She's gone on work trips before, usually a day or two. This might simply be one of those. Although it was often with a message saying exactly where, but it's the dour note she's ended our last chat with that knows.
Like an ugly premonition.
As expected, just as things start to settle and a steady rhythm finally worms its way back to my routine, Thursday morning brings a further disturbance to the now calm waters. To the ceremony, though still enough to ripple through everything, in retrospect, you should have really seen this coming. Luxembourg is a small city, relatively speaking, compared to, say, London or Glasgow. It's nothing but a tiny mass of land boasting a mere population of 68,000. But those numbers alone aren't nothing to scoff at when standing in a busy street. Pay close enough attention, faces taking the crosswalk or riding the subway will soon grow familiar. How fortunate that out of that number, It has to be the T of fucking Luke encounter more than once.
Oh, you know, a few problems popping up here and there that the agents failed to tell us somehow. Nothing a few hired hands can't fix, of course. I would have preferred a place near the city and something that's new to save us all the trouble, but darling wife insisted. Who am I to say no?
Ah, are you kidding me?
His smug head is the first thing I see upon turning into the hall, despite of a small crowd of parents students gathered in the corridor for the primary's career day. It's not that he stands out, he's pretty unremarkable at first glance, frankly. However, in his countenance that draws people's eyes to him, the manner he carries himself with all the confidence of the world, his mere presence dwarfing everything around him. Willing to make a bet, he's also enjoying the attention it garners him, especially the ones coming from the women.
What an ass.
Single glance at him, I know immediately that one way or another, if we ever bump into each other, my day will effectively be ruined in some capacity. Exudes that air. That sort makes you want to run him over with a lorry or pass it off as an unfortunate accident. With him, it's either you want to punch him or let yourself be charmed. There's no in between. I gladly do the honor the former self, but alas, there are people around us. Now, I'm stuck with having to face one of the
I
two.
shouldn't have volunteered.
Time helping out sounded a good idea. No class left today until after lunch. Though off to say teacher's lounge and work on my lesson plans, that means being left alone with our deputy head and his chatter. He's a good man but cravens, he can talk anyone's ears off. So the moment of opportunity arose, I jumped on it. Simple task to boot. Just deliver a whole box of materials and a few posters for the event, maybe stay around to assist if time will allow it. Just wasn't expecting him to show up here. I'll frying pan into the fire. Had I known, I would have stayed and suffered through the deputy's impromptu speeches about his life crisis instead. But what's done is done. Going back is also out of the question. With how unexpectedly heavy the load I'm carrying is, hate to lug this out for a trip back just because my pride can't take another second of interaction with the guy. It's insufferable, alright, but I had my fair share of dealings with teens of more or less the same temperament, although considerably younger than him, and they listened. If he wants to be difficult like last time, so be it. But you can bet his sorry English ass I'm not standing down. Left with no other choice, I brace myself and suck in a breath, mustering every bit of patience I have in as I step into the hall. My grip on the box tightens when I pull it closer to me, an attempt to assume a low-key air as I amble towards the room. The box is not big enough to hide my face even with the stuff piled on it, but if all else fails, I can just hit him with it. Still, a small player forms in my head. If there's even one listening out there, please grant me enough restraint. Better yet, I hope he doesn't notice me at all. That'll definitely make my life easier. Seriously, how hard can it be? Standing a few ways from the door, and there's plenty of people between us to use for cover. If I'm careful, I can just go in, hand the stupid box to whoever's in charge, forget every plan of staying longer than necessary, and step out as soon as I can. Easy as pie. But as luck would have it, exact moment I reach her room's threshold, someone barrels towards me. She latches onto my waist before topping the sudden commotion with a gleeful squeal.
I knew it's you!
The force it nearly throws me off balance, sending items stacked atop the box, tilting dangerously to the sides. Chell's added weight to my waist, pinning me down to the spot. Both my hands occupied, watching is the only thing I'm able to do. Short seconds in between, slows as everything gradually slides off the box's small surface. Under different circumstances, this would have been made for a funny story some other time. Comical even. Till another set of hands reaches out and steadies the poster strut and take a nosedive right to the floor.
Oh, careful now, Daisy. Don't make a mess here.
Hi, Caves. Entire body freezes upon hearing his voice alone. An irrational impulse to hit him immediately bubbles up. Before my limbs could catch up with my brain was currently screaming at me, he moves to take the burden off my arms. Irritation gives way to surprise, then confusion. It's the moment when instinct finally kicks in, tug the box closer to me before he can fully lift it
What
up.
are you doing?
What does it look like? You're surprisingly slow on the uptake for someone of your profession, aren't you? Bloody, doesn't this school have people for this kind of work? Ugh, so much for being a center of academic excellence.
I'm going to ignore that slight to my alma mater and my work, because that's not what I'm trying to get at. You know what? Why don't we just rephrase that to something you'll easily understand? Why exactly are you doing this?
Well, you look like you could use a bit of help. Have you seen your face while you were heaving this around?
Mister, I'm pretty sure if there's ever a look on my face, it's entirely because I saw something extremely unpleasant this morning.
Aren't you a ball of sunshine today, Daisy? Having a bad day, aren't we?
Oh, you have no idea.
I'd put it away if I were you. You might scare the children.
You don't have to worry about that. This isn't my department. I was just asked to bring these. Anyway, I can handle this myself, mister. The room's just right over there. Behind you, in fact. Now, if you could please move over and make way, it would do the whole world some good.
Keeping my voice low throughout, it's a miracle in itself. But regardless how polite my request is, he doesn't budge. You know what I said? Merely fly over his head, or my choice of words really that difficult to comprehend? Surely this shouldn't be that hard. I think he might be a little touched in the head. I'd like to ask him that, actually, but Kylie chooses to instant pipe
Don't
in.
worry, Miss Pink. Tio's strong. You can leave this to him. My papa does it lots of times, but I'm not allowed to talk about it to anyone. Tio says it's
Confidential, Munchkin.
That's right. Tio's smart, isn't he, Miss Pink?
I'm still of the opinion this is a piece of shite, but I must admit, his goddaughter's excitement is contagious as always. Smile makes its way to my lips. She has yet to budge from her place, though, to be honest, I'm starting to lose some feeling on my stomach with how tightly she so wound her arms around it.
I'm sure he is, Kylie. But I'm also sure he'll find better use for it elsewhere.
Like helping you out.
Oh, well, that's one thing, but
You heard the kid.
no one's asking you.
Oh, you wound me, woman.
And I'm quite certain I can do more damage than that. Shall we give it a try? Again?
He pales, stammers for a bit, ultimately decides against saying anything and settles for a brief show of discomfort instead. It's probably having flashbacks of the last time we met. His composure, when he finally regains some of his bearings, says it all. It's nothing sort of hilarious if I do say so myself.
I'll have you know that threats never work on me, Daisy. Not in a million years, not ever.
You're assuming it's a threat. How cute.
That too. I'm not scared of you. Just because you landed a hit.
Uh-huh. Do go on. Keep telling yourself that.
It was a fluke, you hear? I was caught off guard and your damn book left a dent. If I end up in a hospital because of what you did, I'm sending the chief of Luxburn Police after you, woman.
You don't say.
You don't say.
Just give me that bloody box.
He snatches out of my arms with a single word of protest exits my mouth and quickly disappears behind the classroom. Not that it matters who brings it now, and prior irritation has already melted into amusement. It's not so bad once you figured out how his temperament works. It's almost similar to a child. Though, I still have to ask.
Kylie, did your Tio eat something bad before coming here? He's unusually nice today.
A far-fetched idea, no, but it's the only reason I can think of why this arsehole suddenly acting like a decent human. It's quite frankly far from being. First and foremost, we didn't end our last meeting on a good note. If I were him, I'd avoid the very person who put a dent on his skull, as he so aptly put it. While he's acting friendly 2 days later.
Always is. But I made him promise to be extra nice to you since you helped me so much.
Oh, Kylie's so kind, but you're still the devil's
I
child.
think you're gonna be great friends.
I'll quickly stomp on the urge to groan loudly or gag at that. It's the last person I'd want to be chummy with in this whole city, but Kylie doesn't need to know that.
Are you sure it's not something he ate during breakfast?
I gave him some jelly babies this morning. really brought me lots of them. Mama said I should share, so I offered half of it to Tio when he picked me up. He likes the black ones.
Oh, that's probably why he's weird. Jelly baby overdose.
Jelly baby overdose. Could have done everyone a favor and choke on them while he's at it.
You want some? I've got more.
Give me jelly babies.
I couldn't find Melody or Takako this morning, but I'm sure they'll be fine sharing some of it with you.
No, I'm not really very fond of them. I was just asking. Oh, where's your mum, by the way?
Out of town with Papa.
Unexpected bang hits me at her words. The statement, though innocent enough, unearths a whole trunk of memories from childhood. So eerily familiar. Nights spent eating dinners alone, the number of days coming home to an empty house, growing with each passing year. And sometimes several Christmas Eves spent with relatives instead of my own family. It's too late to think about it now, but I remember the dull ache is still there. Familiar, though lessened by the years now. Beside me, Kylie takes a step back. Having gotten tired of clinging to me, there's nothing but cheer in her. Doesn't seem too affected by the fact. Although it makes me wonder how much of it is real, how much of there to mask the loneliness, if there's even one. What a lucky child.
Weren't they informed of career day beforehand?
Yeah, I told them all about it. Mama was looking forward to it.
And they still left?
Uh-huh. It's important business, so it can't be helped. They promised to tell me about it when they come back tomorrow, though. Papa said he'll give me a gift if I behave. I've been a good girl, right, Miss Pink?
You always are. But they asked they asked your Tio to look after you? For this?
Nope, they didn't.
No? Then how?
It was supposed to be Tia. Mama likes her better than Tio, so she asked her, but she's sick and had to visit the doctor today. Oh, that's supposed to be a secret, by the way. Oh, but I think it's a bit confusing because Tio said she also went shopping.
Oh, Hannah's sick. Or maybe she's pregnant. But I'm gonna kill her husband if the game gives me a chance. So that child's gonna be an orphan. And we need to find somebody for Hannah.
That's unfair. Don't you think so, Miss Pink? Mama doesn't allow me to go out when I'm sick. It's still okay, though, since Tio always buys me sweets before we go home. I'm gonna ask for a parfait today. Extra large. Don't tell Takako, okay?
Listening to her like this is easy to get a picture where Kylie's fun is where the guy comes from. She's far from demanding child unless you made a promise of some sort. She never forgets though. She'll make friends with anyone wherever she is. Buy her a few things and voila, you're settled. No wonder she's so attached to the man. That douche probably showers her with gifts whenever he can. Can't say if the sentiment's the same for the latter, however. Doesn't seem the type, and probably just does it for the sake of getting some peace and quiet whenever he's with the girl. Classic techniques.
But before that, I'm gonna show him to everyone first. It's gonna be great. No one else has a gazillionaire fairy godfather. Also, when I grow up, I'm gonna be exactly like him and marry someone really handsome. Like Tia did. That way, I can be awesome too.
And there's some sort of misguided logic in there, but I'll have to correct. Before I can say my piece, douchebag steps in and fresh out of commotion from the classroom behind us, and plows into the conversation with every subtlety a wrecking ball has. No shite given, despite no one asking for his opinion.
Munchkin, sweetie, trust me. You don't have to marry someone for that to happen.
I don't?
Just do your thing, darling. I'm quite sure you can do great things on your own without lugging around an extra baggage with you.
Tia married you.
Kylie drops the statement without any sort of preface. The moment it lands, the douche finds herself grappling with the conversation.
Yeah, well, that's true, Munchkin, technically. But it's not the same thing.
Small frown creased the girl's eyebrows as she tries to comprehend her Tio's rather vague explanation. It's not surprising either when look dances under the child's questioning gaze. It's familiar. I've seen the same look a great deal of times before. On Ashton, whenever he's trying to say something that he can't quite phrase. Another second pass before the douche moves, kneeling in front of Kylie and placing both of his hands on either side of her shoulders. Kind is the last word I'll ever use to describe a man, but in this minute, there's a smile on his face I can place, tender by all means, for someone as obnoxious as him. It's a curious thing to see, if not a bit odd.
Listen here, sweetie. Tia was already a great person before she met me.
She is? But I don't see her doing anything. She's always at home.
Not always, Munchkin. Did you know she's really good at numbers?
You're good with them too. You helped me with my homework once.
Well, Tia's much, much better than me. She used to do maths with big numbers.
Oh, like millions?
No, gazillions. And she's really, really good at it. So much so that her dad let her manage anything
Maybe
that
a
had to do
playboy,
with
but
it.
it looks like you really love Hannah. She doesn't deserve you. She deserves someone better.
That was even before she met me, too.
Does that mean she's better than you?
Yeah.
Oh, leagues, Munchkin.
Oh, at least you admit it.
Way, way better than I'll ever be.
Don't be kind, become a douche. I want to kill you. Don't change my mind. Some reason I don't think he's talking about his wife's mathematical prowess as his voice trails off. In fact, if I had not been paying closer attention, I wouldn't have noticed the change in him. Slight shift in his smile from one that's tender to something wistful. Like remembering a memory he has always been fond of, but has often kept to himself. The fleeting glance of it, the tiny insignificant part of the world somehow also shifts. Opinions changing, impressions moving.
You know what? Why don't you ask Tia next time you have homework,
Okay, next time I'll ask her to help out.
See? No need to marry a good-for-nothing bloke.
Can I also tell her to not stay at home anymore? If Tia's good at it, I'm sure she can help you out too. And Papa. He computes a lot of numbers too. Tia can help him.
You go do that. I'm sure she'll love to hear it, Munchkin, even if it's been a while since.
Another silence from him, then without missing a beat, he turns Kylie around and lightly pats her shoulder, in a gesture to end the conversation right there and then. Probably before he can say other things he's never intended to say, or a child is not meant to hear.
But off you go first. I think I saw your friend run off to the other classroom. The one with the pigtails? Go say hi to her. You still have those jelly babies to give her, yes?
All right. But wait for me, okay? I've got loads more to show you. They put up my drawing on the bulletin the other day. I'm gonna take you there later. I'll be back.
She soon disappears behind a small crowd, none the wiser to the sudden change in mood around her. Looks straight in as soon as she's gone. The expression on his face grows less kind now that there's no one to reassure. Despite that, chuckle still escapes me. His head quickly snaps at me, an accusing glare clear in his eyes. Although it's less threatening now, considering what I've witnessed earlier. Funny how one person's impressions of someone can easily change with that minute detail.
Why are you laughing like that?
Minute detail.
Don't mind me. I just saw something surprising today. Don't let it bother you.
Putting it like that won't make me any less inclined to ask. What is it, woman? If this is another one of your threats, I've already told you it isn't going to work on me. That good teacher act isn't going to fool anyone.
What makes you think it has to do with you? I could have just remembered something funny. Not everything in this world revolves around you, mister.
I am not daft, Daisy. It's on your face for all the world to see. Now, say it so we can be done with this stupid talk.
More to delay expresses any sort of amusement over the matter. In truth, I don't know where to start. One wrong move, one wrong word, I might offend the man. He's jealous enough for that. Even what I'm about to say, just mere honest. You're good at handling her. Regardless how he acts, not like it'll have an impact on anything between us. No plans getting too friendly with the man, though he might have some good points, emphasis on might. Best treatment I can hope myself to give him is stop thinking of him as a sleazy douche. Besides, after seeing that look on him, I figured someone like him can use a little compliment here and there. Probably doesn't get it much considering how coarse his own language can get.
Can't you act a wee bit polite for even a second of your life? It won't kill you. You'll easily get answers that way, you know? Instead of demanding things from people like a temperamental man-child.
I'll be nice when I want to be, woman. Don't tell me what to do.
And here I was just thinking how you're doing a brilliant job as Kylie's guardian. Was I mistaken?
Was I mistaken? What? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Stop playing dumb. I hate to admit it, but you actually seem to be good with kids. Possibly even better than most of the teachers here. What do you know?
I've expected him to take it all and bloat his ego more and even brag about it. Instead, what I get from him is a sound resembling a squawk. Maybe that's him choking on his own pride. I can't tell above the hubbub surrounding us. But even when I glance at him, only a mortified expression is on his face.
No? You should be proud of yourself. At least there's this one good thing about you. Isn't that nice to hear? Pretty sure not a lot of compliments get thrown around about you, knowing how you are.
There are a lot of good things about me, Daisy. My hair, for one. There's also my extraordinary good looks. Wax lyrical about those all you want. I'd be happy to hear it any day. Praise anything about me, but that.
What is so repulsive about it? Even Kylie likes you. Shouldn't that tell you anything about yourself?
Kylie is one kid, not even my own. Trust me, you do not want to see me bring a spawn of my own into this world. It'll be an abomination.
Is that what you keep telling yourself?
Maybe. Is it any of your business?
Oh, maybe a child would change you. If Hannah is pregnant, maybe you would change. But wait, you made the chief of police wife pregnant. You're a douche. I'm still going to kill you.
No. But if I didn't know any better, I'd say this is because you yourself think you're a little piece of shite and somehow it'll pass on. It doesn't work like that, by the way.
Last remark just came out. There might be a sliver of truth in it, but I shouldn't have phrased it like that. Even from my own standard kind of person I'm talking to, it is still quite rude. Apologies already at my throat, but the minute I open my mouth, all of what I've prepared myself to say dissipates. I lost the moment in front of me. His stern gaze outside, staring at some point past the buildings blocking the view of the sky, equally lost in his thoughts. He's a vexing man under so many standards. However, in this moment, the morning light streaming from the window lends his features a certain air. Softer, less severe than what he often flaunts. Might as well be looking at a different man. There's a tender note in his voice when he finds it, words muttered under his breath, not intended for anyone but himself. Nevertheless, it reached my ears unintentional as maybe.
You're right. She deserves someone far better than me.
All the talk of self-worth makes some sense now. Since some profound knowledge he pulled off as ours has come about because he's already been there. Likely still stuck in the middle of it. Preaching about your own personal experience is easier after all. Less room for mistakes, more of a dose of self-loathing. A complicated man. Just when you thought you already figured him out, he does one thing and says the other. People like him are the most difficult to gauge, far harder to understand. Yet it might exactly be the reason why some are easily charmed by him. The mystery that catches them, wanting to find out what's underneath the bravado. Won't count myself among these, yet his winning personality isn't exactly my cup of tea. Sometimes once you get a glimpse of what's behind the machismo, empathizing with the man isn't such a steep hill to climb. The comfortable silence we now share tells anything, that is, perhaps this is a close friendship as we can get. Several insults flung around, with a few shared silences in between, and that's not exactly a bad thing. He's not exactly a bad guy either, despite the awkward start we had. Maybe it's for this reason that I can't resist throwing in a little comment to lift his mood for leaving him.
You know, Luke, you're not such a bad person.
Is that supposed to make me feel better? I'm touched, Daisy.
Take it how you will, but a little attitude change would help. A lot.
Bollocks. Right, of course. Let me know when you're done with your lecture, ma'am.
And you can probably start by not leaving your wife out while you're having some quality time with your goddaughter. Who knows? Maybe that'll help change how the child sees her.
Where did you even get the idea I'm leaving my wife out? Have you ever even met?
No, but I did see her with you two last time.
His indifferent expression clearly dissolves in a confused scowl while I meet it with a matching perplexity. It's only been 2 days, surely his memory isn't that bad.
What? When was this?
At the cafe, after you left, she was sitting right beside you. Kylie was at the back and you were driving.
Daisy, are you sure you haven't accidentally hit yourself with your own book? Because that damn thing's quite thick, and I'm really getting worried about you. It has only been a few days, and concussions can be dangerous. I suggest you have that checked.
Well, you asked. I just answered. It's pretty rude to make her wait like that, by the way.
How can I make her wait when she's not even with us?
What?
It was just Kylie and I that night.
Now you're just pulling my leg.
Look as sails long and drawn out. Space rapidly changing in companionable air around us. In the face of it, I tense. Accidentally stepped under minefield. Any chat I've had with him so far has been like this. Why it still surprises me escapes me. The worries of offending man is my own bewilderment. Remember well enough what I saw last night, yet he says something completely different.
Wifey was out with Kylie's mummy that night. She wasn't with us. How do you think I ended up on babysitting duty?
But in the front seat. And Kylie's...
Miss Pink!
Why? Kylie's sobs reach my ears first, then a familiar weight returns around my waist again. Hot tears seep through my blouse as she buries her face in it, her arms winding tightly around me. Look and I briefly exchange worried glance, his own lips shut tight with concern. Cries are soft enough not to attract much attention. Most of the visitors have been ushered inside the rooms by now anyway. Those that still linger watches our little group with great interest and concern. If I don't get a better handle of the situation, I have a feeling Luke will start yelling at everyone soon. Kneeling, gently pull the girl away from me, cupping her face, wiping away her tears, creating little trails on her cheeks. Her mouth is drawn in a miserable pout when she peers up at me.
All right, Kylie. Calm down. What happened?
It's my friend!
That's a little too vague, Munchkin.
Let her speak, Luke. Who is it, Kylie? Melody? Or was it the other one?
Yeah.
Did the two of you fight?
She nods, then immediately climbs up after, letting her subs communicate the story instead. As much as her shaking shoulders can tell me. Right behind me, Luke gives a nervous huff while he shifts off his feet. Must not be used to handling children crying. What a wuss.
Sweetie, I won't be able to help you if you don't tell me what happened.
Seconds pass before she responds again. Tears are already gone when she finally musters the strength to talk, her cries subsiding to mere sniffles.
I wanted to give her the rest of the jelly babies, but she won't come out.
Where? Where is she?
In the little girl's room.
Is she still there?
Another nod.
She won't say what's wrong. I kept asking her, but she told me to go away. Career Day's going to start soon. I saw the prizes Miss Alice will give us for good. She's gonna miss it.
Is that what you told her?
Yeah, she won't listen. She won't even take the jelly babies. After I saved it for her, too. Tio Luke wanted to eat the red ones, but I told him it's not for him. Miss Pink, can you talk to her?
Oh no!
Tell her
I
to
don't
come
want to
out.
talk to
And
the
I'm
ghost.
really upset with her.
It's a little child's argument. That's like this. I'm glad to teach teenagers mature enough for petty squabbles. Love being around children. I won't mind having one or two of my own in the future, but it takes a whole different level of patience to teach several of them. I'll just admire my colleagues who willingly took the challenge. Normally, I leave this to the homeroom teachers to fix, but I can just ignore the imploring looks she shoots at me. That's another weakness I have to steel myself against if I ever think of having one of my own. For now, give in to it.
Tell me where she is, sweetie.
Oh no! Sighing, I stand up and gesture for her to lead the way. Luke trails quietly behind us. With a small distance between us, a branch is palpable, understandably so. No one wants to be caught in the middle of a child's spat. In the end, it's all part of my job. I can't just shy away from it, can I? I'll escort us to the adjacent hall. This hour, corridors and rooms lining its sides are empty. Save for the gentle rustling of leaves, twittering of birds outside, and tapping of our foot against the floor. Whole area stays eerily quiet. Not unusual, though. It's a part of the building reserved for club activities at the end of the school day. The rest of the school busy with another event. It's all natural for it to be this deserted. Come afternoon, right after class, it will once again be filled with people. For the time being, I focus on the toilets at the far end, heading straight for it. Luke stays behind, opting to wait on the end of this drama instead, obviously not wanting to deal with another person's kid. Meanwhile, Kylie follows right after me, unusually silent as we approach the ladies' room. Sometime before me to turn down the hallway, she has stopped sniffling and started singing a tune under her breath.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is
Probably to
falling
brace her
down,
calm herself, or maybe this
my
her way preparing
fair
to pull her
lady.
friend out of her soul. Certainly reminds me of another person. Make no remarks on it, however. It's all part of growing up, they say. Let's her learn. Doors slightly ajar when we get to it. Inside the subs a girl echo weakly, barely audible, even in this kind of hush. Turns out Kylie's not the only one upset about this. Despite the situation, a smile forms in my lips to call out to her friend.
Hello? Hello there?
Oh
You're
no, this
Kylie's
is the
friend, aren't you?
ghost.
Melody, is it? She's looking for you.
Is it Melody? Maybe it's Takako. It's Sadako. Children can be amusing sometimes. Granted, they can be exasperating, especially around this age. The endearing things about them outweigh those. All you need is enough level of
Career
patience.
day's about to start, too. You'll have to come out, or you're going to be really late for it. Miss Alice won't be happy if one of her kids isn't there. I heard she brought little gifts for everyone who'll behave. Don't you want to receive one?
However, her cries shows no signs of abating. They only grow louder. Not close to a wail. Alarming regardless.
Are you okay?
Oh, it's not Takako. Where I'm standing is almost like she's some kind of pain. It's not impossible. Do at times hiding what ails them, fear of reprimand. It's like that causing her out might be useless. Also makes sense why she chose the loo furthest from their classroom. Wasting no time, I gesture for Kylie to wait and amble towards the door, calmly so I don't alarm her. Same time, a distinct sense of deja vu hits me. I've been in this position before, behind a door, with someone crying on the other side. My calls ignored as their cries grow into a wail. Just this past week, actually. Even so, being in the situation for doesn't bring any comfort. Putting up for the child beside me is the thick undercurrent of worry trickling into my stomach. Take one last breath, then I nudge open the door. It all happens in the span of a second. I don't make it past 2 steps into the room. Her cries abruptly stop. Live footsteps shuffle behind me, come to a halt at the door. My heart skips a beat. When I turn, it's a ghost. Ah, it's Kylie's the demon child now.
Miss Pink? Miss Pink? Why didn't you help her?
Kylie, you demon child. Whole body goes motionless at the sight of her, words catching in my throat and heart pounding rapidly against my chest. This is Kylie, I'm sure of it. Yet nothing in the manner she speaks or the way she tilts her head in question carries youthful, innocent vibes she always brings with her. If I'm really looking at dead, hollow imitation of a
Can't you
child.
hear her? She's asking for your help.
Demon child, go away. It's not just a trigger memory. It's those chilling eyes, calling, beckoning.
Why won't you listen to her?
All at once the memory returns to me. A tide that was seated now returns to shore of overwhelming force, carrying images of single moments from days ago. World passing by in a blur of features I can barely discern the little light there was. Not even a week has passed. In this minute I will keep my eyes trained on the child before me. They return with such unbearable clarity. There are no horrid wounds this time, no blood streaming down her face, thank heavens. Just lips contorted in a small twisted smile. They brim with venom I've never expected to ever see in a child, sending tiny pinpricks of dread crawling up my limbs and winding up my neck.
You're a bad person. People like you deserve to die.
No, Kylie, stop it, demon child. I can't breathe. Those whisper and laughters again, judging, mocking, taunting, each getting words ringing sharp through my ears. Throat closes in. My whole body tenses. A chill settles on the tips of my fingers. Every digit gone rigid from the cold. Every single drop of breath, every struggle, air, freedom, the coils wrap around my body tight and dragging me down. A gradual torturous descent into another bottomless abyss. On and on and on. Till I lose touch of myself in the world.
Help me!
Until darkness claimed me and, unexpectedly, a note. In the distance, harsh piercing, cutting through the thick stupor and shattering the haze into the
Are you
warning.
ladies done with your business here? I don't have all morning to wait for you two.
I snap open, the world shift into place with a ragged gasp. Glance up, a different set of eyes greet me.
Are you okay, Miss Pink?
No anger, no vile hatred in them. Just plain sincere concern. Bit by bit, I'm becoming aware of my surroundings and myself as warmth steadily slips back to me. Reach out to a nearby counter, steady help at some point, and my knuckles have gone white from how rigid my grip is. Sober now, yet the tension hasn't left my body. My heart still stammers hard against my chest in an erratic rhythm. Breathing still comes in short, shallow bursts. For me, Kylie fumbles with her hands, utterly unsure of what to do to an adult in what's probably a laughable state.
Did you get sick? I'll call Tio, okay? Just stay here and don't move.
No. No need. Just leave me alone.
Tio will know how to fix you. Oh, wait, okay?
Wish I can speak reassurances to her, but I can't shake it off. Ready stare, twisting my insides in anticipation. Of what? I'm no longer sure. Pushing myself off the counter, break off to run. Rushing off the anxious look Kyla gives me, and I gently push her away on my way out, and furrow and looks bros when I stumble into him outside. Whatever they saw. Both saw in my face, I care not to know. Bloody hell, I don't even understand what's happening anymore. The tremors continue long after last of my class have ended. Though none of my students have commented on it, I've caught a few sharing anxious glances every time my pen slips from my hand or my shoulders tense whenever cold. Unusual it must be for them to see normally composed Miss Gales become a bundle of nerves. Even the most boisterous ones have given me less grief today. You'd think being on my fourth cup of tea would provide any sort of comfort. Or is this the fifth? Egad, why does counting matter now? Fact that is, I can easily shake it off this time should tell me something. Last time this happened, I passed it off some laughs in my part after having been sick the week before.
And it is a natural conclusion.
Those are just stories, centuries-old lore passed by locals to keep children in line. What place doesn't have those? One of my dad's books even went as far to describe them as a strong part of Isabella's culture. 3 giants, women to feed on unborn children straight from their mother's wombs, or hell, there's even that one story about a demon baby. All folklore that never had smidgen of truth on it was probably to scare off the natives there back in the old days. Much like every other one in every other place. Well, it's more universal than people care to think. But looking at it from where I'm standing now, after staring right into my ass of that woman, after all things I've been hearing, feeling perhaps there's really more to the bloody letter than some awful Halloween prank.
Perhaps Isabella's right all along.
Terrible thing if true. Though that thought doesn't linger long, thankfully. Soon ring of my mobile takes my attention away from it. An unfamiliar name flashes before me once the screen lights up and brows knit together. Oh, it's Marianne! Marianne McCullough. Staring right at the screen, try to remember when I've entered this person's on my contact list. Takes a moment, but when it clicks, my eye zeroes in on the book lying wide open on my table. Loaned it from the library almost a week ago. Met a woman there by sheer coincidence, a fellow history buff apparently. We're after same book, but in the end she gave it to me under condition I'll call her once I'm done. To be honest, I completely forgot about it until now and haven't really taken a peek at it till today. Normally I'd be done with the whole volume this size a few days after taking it, about 1 or 2 depending on how busy I am. Finding a chance to sit down and read, though, it's been difficult lately than I anticipated. One moment I'm busy simply grading worksheets, attending a movie premiere the next, then someone suddenly inviting me out for one reason or another. Days later, a friend stopped showing up at her flat, right after worrying reports pop up in the local news. There simply isn't enough time to breathe and get a grip on things. I've been flipping through the pages of said book moments ago, though never really reading anything and merely hoping for a distraction. To no avail. My phone gives up another ring, and this time I do not hesitate to answer.
Marianne?
Hello! Here I was starting to wonder if it was a bad time to call. Is it?
No, not at all. I dismissed my last class a few minutes ago. I'm pretty much free for the rest of the afternoon. Unless something comes up. Is this about last time? The book?
not really. I was hoping to ask you about some other thing.
What other thing?
Oh, sure. What about?
You grew up in this city, didn't you?
It's a peculiar question to ask someone you've just met, but I answer her nevertheless. More curious where she's heading with this by starting with that.
Born and raised, third generation migrant. Why do you ask?
So, you must be familiar with the local lore. The, stories?
Let me get some water first.
Quite. If I'm going to teach about history, I'd like to think I am, yeah?
Don't forget to hydrate.
But a family friend would be a better person to ask. If you want, I can contact him for you.
No, let's just keep this thing between us, okay? It's nothing too big. Alright. I really don't know how else to put this without sounding a bit crazy. But things have been really, odd. Do you remember the mansion I mentioned back when we met? My current project?
In hindsight, I should have expected it to lead to this. She must have not lived here long. She's just asking about this now. Didn't take a week with Isabella when she arrived, but that's Isabella, superstitious down to the last hair. Though it won't be too far off to think Mariana solely started thinking about this recently. Working on the damn house itself. I must admit, even I'm curious, despite living here for so many years and having so many chances to look it up.
The Ermengarde Mansion, yes?
Yes, that one. And, the thing is... Oh dear, this is a bad idea. You know what? Just forget I ever called you about this. It must have been the sunny weather. It's making me sick and see stupid things.
See things?
No, wait. It's alright, I don't mind.
There's a moment pause before she responds again. She's right in that. It's a silly thing to talk about. Especially between them, what I assume two people who are pretty grounded in their beliefs with regards to these things. Won't blame her if she hesitates.
I can't believe I'm asking you about this.
It's fine. Why don't you just think of it as some form of research?
Well, alright. But after this, we're going to forget we ever had this talk.
My lips will be sealed. Now, what is it about the mansion?
Just, what do you know about it? The general gist. The place is past. What happened to the owners? Anything you can give me.
Let's see. To start off,
Do my best to give her a concise summary from the time the house was commissioned 400 years ago and who had built it, to the point where it got deserted after last heir's death and the deed was passed on to Ermengarde's nearest relatives. Frankly, if it weren't for those urban legends persisting, the house would have already faded into obscurity long ago. Demolished, even. These are all nothing she probably hasn't heard of before, yet there's dissatisfaction in her tone once I finish.
All there really is to it?
as far as I know, there's this little bit I forgot to mention about Lady Charlotte Ermengarde's death, but most of those are just theories. Aside from that, this is really everything we've been teaching all these years. Should there be anything more?
No mention of any other weird stuff? Other crazy stories? Or a letter of some sort?
My blood runs cold. Any warmth and comfort tea drank given prior has instantly been drained out of me. The phone creaks softly as light hold on turns in a firm grip. So letter bullshit starting to turn into more than coincidence.
None that I've heard or read of. What does a letter have to do with this?
Oh, no. It was just something I came across. Ignore it. Random thoughts, you know? By the way, I need to run. Thanks for answering my questions.
She ends the call abruptly with only a clip goodbye, leaving my mind heavy with even more thoughts. What around my classroom has gone considerably denser in light of what little I've gleaned from that conversation. I think Marianne's lying about her intent. Her interest is genuine, I give her that. She's left a lot of things out. Got a sense she's only asked because something's happening around her. If she hadn't mentioned the letter, I probably wouldn't have made the connection.
Just what the hell did we get ourselves into?
Of course, there's still a lot of confusing details in this. All of these are just assumptions, no concrete conclusion to be formed. What we have, and if we want to find out what we're really dealing with, I think Marian's right. There might be something more to those stories. As absurd as it sounds, the very place that gave us the letter might tell us something beyond what we know. Tomorrow night, I have a few hours of that chance at the housewarming party. Totally not an exciting thought, as the place is privately owned now. I can't just wander around. There's enough reason to keep the dread at bay as I step out of the room, ready to put an end to this day. However, all those good vibes disappear into thin air when I run headfirst into Luke. It's really something in this man. Regardless of how much opinion of him has changed over the span of a few hours, simply blast through every good impression people have of him without care or thought. Doesn't even need to open his mouth. His mere presence does it. Honestly, I think he's the kind of guy only a mother can love.
You're still here?
Obviously. Who do you think's standing in front of you?
An ass.
Oh, come on, Daisy. You've done better than that. Losing your touch?
Luke, I don't have time for this. I'm heading home, and your face is the last thing I want to see before I leave. What do you want?
Lately, I noticed his hand, partly raised, almost poised for a knock. At the slight lift of an eyebrow, he quickly drops to the side and turns to Kylie. He's standing a few steps away from him, holding her hands behind her back and throwing something on the floor with the tip of her shoe. Then he proceeds to make vague gestures at me and the child. He resembles a fish flopping for air with the way he's moving his arms, though I think he's trying to urge her to speak up.
Munchkin, I thought you wanted to tell her something.
You do it, Tio.
This wasn't my idea, darling.
Don't worry. I won't tell Tia what you told me the other day. And this morning.
The child knows how to blackmail. Luke exhales, rolling his eyes at the ceiling, maybe praying for the universe to grant him more patience. He knows a losing battle when he sees one. May act worse than a 5-year-old throwing tantrum at times, but he's no match for an actual child. Nothing better than being served a dose of his own medicine, huh? Once his flirtation has been promptly let out, he points a rude finger at me. Do my best to stare the offending digit down if I can already hear the demand before it's even out of his lips.
You, come with us.
What makes you think I will?
Because little Rugrat here is upset and worried, and it's your bloody fault. I've no idea what happened this morning, but if you don't come with us, I won't be hearing the end of it from her. So do me a favor, Daisy, and just be glad I'm inviting you.
You're asking for a favor, and you can't be bothered to be polite? I don't know. It's been a really busy day for me. I kind of miss my couch.
Daisy, you just...
Just say yes.
Pause follows, almost too dramatic. Afterwards, face twists in something between a grimace and a smile. Snap and he appears like he's in a lot of physical pain. You'd think the man is getting an aneurysm by simply being polite.
Please?
Tio said it'll be his treat.
What? I said no such thing, Munchkin. I only agreed to this because you requested it. I'm under no obligation to feed her.
I promise we'll be quiet the next time I visit.
Oh, all right, but just one meal and make it the cheapest.
On the front of her free dinners, the sound is enticing, however half-heartedly given it is. Mostly because Kylie has wisely put on her puppy eyes, and by the second, find it all my choices slipping away from me.
See, Miss Pink? It'll be fun! You don't have to feel sad anymore, okay?
Oh, well,
My mobile buzzes from my pocket, cutting me mid-sentence. For a second, spared from the act of giving an answer, I'll regret either way. Fishing out gadget out, I wave a hand at him, excuse myself. A disgruntled expression is on Luke's face before I turn away. I'd be lying if I didn't say it. If I say it didn't amuse me. He's as eager to be done with this as I am, but what can I do? Check a message from Ashton shows up. Hey Becca, I'll be around Salem Mill this evening. Need to meet someone in the area. I might have to drop by yours and Isabel's place after. See ya. Just the usual. Unlike what he does with Zachary, Ashton has decency, lets him know when he's dropping by or he's in the area for some business. The way he's phrased sounds to be the latter. Either way, I'm glad he's at least aware of that boundary. Not that Isabel's ever going to let him leave the building unscathed if he ever pulls the same stunt he does with the other man. I cringe to imagine what she'll do to him. Sighing, I slip the gadget back to my pocket. Looking up, see Luke's utter impatience on his face. I now face a different dilemma. Two of them still waiting, knowing the kind of person Luke is. This is already a grand gesture of goodwill coming from him. All to please his godchild. His denial aside, he's really fond of Kylie from his actions alone. Kinda hate to ruin that.
Well, Daisy, we're waiting here.
On the other hand, there's Ash. So she doesn't exactly imply he's going to wait, expecting me to be there, but there are matters I hope to discuss with him in person, to put it simply, housewarming party matters. With inviting Isabella out of the question, I only have Zachary and Ashton. Although the former's already made it clear he'll be busy this week, and well, Ashton has been my first choice from the start. If you detest attending gatherings like this, it's company that counts. We can be miserable together. Problem isn't it? He hates them, and it's very likely his answer will be a flat no. I'd rather not hear that. By miracle he agrees to it, probably be sulking the whole party. Not really a tough choice when put it like that, still. Let's go with Ashton. I have other things to do. When you look at it closely, it's such a difficult decision to make. First and foremost, no matter where I look at this, it is inappropriate to some degree. As regarding Luke's honest intentions, I've only known the man for a grand total of 2 days, including today. If I'm going to be thoroughly specific, I give it a grand total of 10 hours. All means there's not enough reasons for me to join them for dinner, even if it says Kylie's the one who requested it. To other people, it won't appear as innocent as you make it out to be, and there's one ugly thing about this city. It's this place penchant for inane gossip. One little spark, it'll spread like wildfire. Who knows how far it'll go, how many years it'll reach? What if Ashton hears about it? Rather not think about consequences to that. Got enough on my plate lately as it is. Being the center of rumor mill along with this man, whatever form it takes, sends unpleasant chills down my spine. Answer must have already shown my face as Kylie's smile immediately dissolves in a pout.
You're not gonna join us, are you?
Maybe next time.
I'm sorry, Kylie. I'd love to, but I have other things to do. Another time, maybe? A friend just texted me about something urgent, and he wants to meet tonight.
Just say it's a date, Daisy. The little rugrat will understand. She's not an infant. No need for blatant lies.
It instantly crawls on my face, his baseless insinuations. What would have given another chance to put a real dent into his skull?
What even gave you that idea? And even if it is, why do you care? Stop sticking your nose in other people's affairs.
Oh, your face says it all, woman. You think I won't recognize those longing looks?
There isn't a look, you There isn't a look, all right?
Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night, Daisy.
You already have a story written inside that head of yours, don't you?
Oh, please. It's not that interesting. The color of your face does suit you, though. Matches the hair. Well, come on now, Munchkin. I'll just buy you an extra glass of that parfait.
With extra strawberries?
I'll get you a basket full if you want. As long as you behave. And no complaints if they don't have enough syrup again. Deal?
Deal. Have fun with your date, Miss Pink.
Looks already leading child away for a wrecker. Reaching the end of the hall, however, he doesn't miss the chance to shoot me one of those infuriating winks. Does he really think women enjoy those? I'd sue him for harassment if I can. Though I must admit, the two of them walking together hand in hand is an endearing sight in itself. He says he likes the idea of having children of his own, but sees some part of him genuinely wants them. What's stopping him? Is it something I'm all over, along with every other confusing, frustrating thing about this guy? Some other time, though. Ashton's waiting. His car's headlights have been left turned on, illuminating the otherwise empty parking lot. If it's like, it's probably going to be a quick visit. Although our landlady will probably have a few hundred words to say about this before letting it go. Not to mention, this complex own a vehicle anyway, warrants space frequent use, owing to this area's proximity to downtown Loxbourne. No one's going to be disturbed if one car stays parked with its lights on for a few minutes. Right now, though, it serves as a pleasant company while I idle inside my own car, thumbing the invitation's fine print, flipping it over and over until the motions become familiar enough. What should I say? How should I say it? There's a very high chance he'll say no, but on the off chance he accepts, what should I do? Fears, doubts, questions I haven't asked before. More often than not, anxiety is because of. Wait, he goes right, if I remember correctly, during Hannah's playthrough. 70 years ago, I've been in the same position, a different letter in hand. Somehow, nothing has changed. Perhaps if he'd noticed how I always felt about him years ago, it wouldn't be in this predicament. Honestly, he managed to ace all those exams in school without even lifting a finger, and he couldn't figure this out.
How dense can he get?
But I can't very well wait for another 2 decades just for something as measly as an invitation, can I? It's not like it's going to be a date. Although frankly, I wouldn't mind if it is. However, that's a wish best reserved for some other time. I won't get anywhere if I just keep thinking about the what ifs. Gathering all my thoughts and courage, I step out of my car and gingerly make my way upstairs, invitation in hand. Ever since the incident 3 days ago, there's a strange air permeating the atmosphere here. Weighted by the sort of slowly trickles through you until the burden of it finally bogs you down, some kind of disquiet. Days since have been easy. Isabella's absence from her flat does not help settle it. Every day coming home somewhat feels like an uphill battle in itself. Leaving you spent when you're supposed to getting some rest. Is Zachary experiencing the same thing? I certainly am. Same weary slump is on Ashton's shoulders once I catch a glimpse of him. Slinging casually on the rails, his back against the metal surface while reading through a bunch of papers. Each one appears more important than the other, despite me having never ever read a letter of it. Probably head back to Persink after this, if he's not going to drop by Zachary's for a bit of shut-eye. No rest for the wicked. No matter how occupied he seems, he pauses anyway. He looks up from his work the moment he hears my threads. Raises his hand, greeting, a small smile spreads across his lips. Exhausted as I am, I can't help but return it to
What
him.
brought you here?
He hums something inaudible, neither an answer nor even vague hint before he turns his attention back to the papers. For a passing second, I thought he'd ignore or evade the question, like every single time I've asked. Then he shuffles the documents back to a binder and sets it aside with a huff. Sound more fatigued than ever. I've heard from him recently. Either simply too many things keeping him busy, or at once, or his investigation isn't going too well. Maybe
Just
even
work.
Just work? Do you expect me to believe that?
In a way, I didn't think an important contact ditched me and now I'm stuck would make for a cool alibi. Did it work?
As if there's going to be any difference. You're still a dafty. Anyway, do you want to come in? But if you're going to hang around for a bit, you better turn those headlights off. My landlady's one hairline away from banning you off this place, you know? Stop taking the piss out of her. She's a nice woman.
When she stops taking the piss out of Shirley, maybe I will.
You and your bloody car.
First time I ever heard the name, I did a double take. The way he put it was as if talking to some woman he met somewhere, sprightly, got along with, and grew fond of. Never mind how impossible that is, knowing his lack of interest for people outside our small circle. Honestly, it sent a surge of panic in me. It lasted 4 days, until he proudly introduced me to his new car.
Hey,
His
it's a
car.
nice name. Don't laugh at it. You'll hurt her feelings. I'm gonna have to give that offer a pass, though.
Nothing unexpected, but admittedly, I'm hoping he'll stay for a few minutes. Suddenly asking him to accompany me to a sporting party is starting to turn into a bad idea. Can't even be bothered to spare a second of his time to his friends. What more if he has to spend some hours in a room full of
I need to get
strangers?
going. I just dropped in to check on something, and
His words trail off, cut mid-sentence on purpose, leaving it for me to comprehend the rest of it. Same time, his eyes shift momentarily towards the door closest to us. Isabella's unit, eerily quiet now in her absence. The instant his lips curve into a small frown, his shoulder tense. No, work is far from the reasons for being here. Being all too aware of the idea alone summons another dull ache straight to my chest. Like every time, every single moment he affords her the attention he can never seem to spare others. Well, so were you better left for a different situation? It twinges the heart nevertheless.
Is there a problem?
nothing of note. Abigail just wanted to ask her a few things. It's related to that incident with Cooper. You heard the one.
Hold on. She isn't in trouble, is she?
No, I don't think so. Not as far as I know. And do you really think Scaredy Cat can do anything like that? It's just an off-the-record thing, okay? Abigail wanted to confirm something. She knows I'm friends with someone working at BRC, so she asked me. Apparently she isn't getting anything from that company, as long as the red tape's in the way. It's nothing urgent, though. She isn't answering her phone again, so I thought I'd check myself. I can wait until she gets home.
If she comes home soon. The last time I saw her was 2 nights ago.
Oh no, where is she?
His demeanor immediately changes, despite his careful attempt to appear nonchalant. His eyes scream an outspoken worry. Almost painful to see how much he tries to hide it, especially in front of someone he has known for years.
What? Did she take a vacation or something?
No word from her, unfortunately. And I don't think she'll go on a trip without telling us. It's been 2 days. 3 if she's not going to show up tomorrow either. Do you think we might have to file a missing person report?
I hope not. Even Zach's not acting like himself already. I wonder what that guy ate. But let me know if anything happens. You know how to contact me. I'll see you later, Becca.
Ashton squeezes my shoulder, light as he can, before stepping away, heading straight for the stairs. His way of offering comfort in the middle of the little mess we found ourselves in, but amidst all of this, tiny voice in the back of my mind nudges at the memory. Something I forget, and the very reason why I've chosen to return home early. He's made 4 steps down, realization kicks in, awareness of the envelope I've been holding returns to me. Panic rears before proper words can form, I can think about the situation. Not a second sooner, I'm calling after
Ashton,
him.
wait!
He halts, 1 foot already down another step when he turns to me, raising an eyebrow in question.
Yeah?
Of all times, it's in the moment and I falter, the adrenaline from earlier's panic suddenly recedes. All of a sudden, of the things I prepared to say will take form, and I'm caught between simply forgetting about this or just blurting it out while hoping for the best. Tomorrow afternoon, do you have time? There's nothing wrong with trying, I suppose. Going to lose anything if he says no. Which frankly has very chance of happening than the opposite, though the thought of still doesn't prevent heat from crawling up my face and send my heart racing. It's better to get this over with before my throat closes up and I lose nerve.
Tomorrow afternoon. Do you have time?
Small frown is already on his face. I already see where this is going, what he's thinking from that alone. Yet for some malicious reason I continue hanging on to the tiny glimmer of hope that he'll say yes if I present an argument good enough for him.
That depends. Why?
Well, you see, someone sent an invite for a housewarming party, and I thought you might want to...
Rebecca, I'd rather stand on the messy end of a gunshot. You know that.
I know, it's just... You're one of the few people I can count on with things like this.
That's cool, I appreciate the thought, but really, Zach's a better companion. Gatherings like that just aren't my cup of tea.
It did cross my mind, you know. If he isn't busy with his freelance work, I'd probably ask him too. Actually, you two would have been spared if Isabella was here, but
Why not just skip out on it? The world's not going to end if one guest doesn't show up.
trust me, I'd love to. But I promised Mom I'll be there.
Still can't say no, huh?
Like you're any better. Besides, the person who sent this is an old friend of Mom and Dad. If it's important to them, why not? Though, who would have thought, huh? The famous Evans heir used to be tutored by my parents. Apparently, we also met before.
Wait, who?
Evans. Hannah Evans. Well, she's already married. She goes by Hannah Wright now. Remember the couple who bought the mansion Isabella's selling?
The same people?
As far as I know. Unless I misread their address, or there's another Hannah Wright in this city that we don't know about.
Let me see that.
Without waiting, he walks closer and takes the invitation off my hands, gently but with the same force of urgency in his voice. Know what he finds in it, but his eyebrows draw together as his eyes scan through the next lines of printed text on a small piece of paper. His hold on envelope tightens with each pass. By the time he's finished reading, his mouth is formed into a thin
You
line.
never mentioned this.
We met just once. Or at least, that's what Mum told me. Honestly, I can't recall anything from it. Otherwise, I would have told you about it.
He hums something inaudible under his breath, and while thumbing the paper, staring at it, doing so will proffer him answers every spoken question in his head. When he gleams nothing from it, he merely folds the envelope back to its
Alright,
form.
I'll go with you.
What?
I'll go with you. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Unless you've already made up your mind about asking Z-Man.
No, I told you already the guy's busy. Why would I bother him for this when I can go alone? But what about your own work and...
I can make time for this. 3 o'clock, yeah? I'll pick you up an hour or so before.
My head reels less from what it implies, more from how easy it all seems for him, how fast his turnaround is. Already halfway down the stairs when any semblance of sense returns to me, and I can finally string 2 words of protest together. Yet all of it dies in my tongue at the small smile he shoots at me. It disappears from a few seconds later, his footsteps gradually fading as he descends the stairwell until I can hear my own shallow breaths and heartbeat, loud, pounding hard against my chest. It's only after I'm standing alone in my room minutes later that it sinks in. He's taken the invitation with him, but besides that, more than that, he has also accepted mine. Calling this happiness is a complete understatement. For now, go girl! For now, looming thoughts of imagine that woman lay silent at the back of my mind. You go, girl. The night wears on without further incidents, by a great number of thoughts swimming inside my head. Come morning, there's only a hush, strange sort of stillness, unlike the ones greeting me every morn. This one's uneasy, tight with anticipation, like a string stretched thin, merely wanting proper time to snap. Granted, doesn't make my day any less pleasant, but the edge is there. Unexpected, the second I step out of my flat, it comes apart, broken by the voices of 2 squabbling adults echoing from the form below. The quiet was nice while it lasted. Shame.
What the hell were you thinking?
I wasn't.
Oh, is it Ashton and Bella?
Ow! Could you let go?
Not a few seconds later, we both ascend the stairs with Ashton pulling Isabella by her wrist. Struggles as she should, but his hold on her remains firm. Freeing herself means having to draw blood as she attempts to pry his hand off with her other one, using unnecessary force to push herself away. Neither of which is better than the other. One could potentially end in an accident, while the other means having to hurt him physically. He has the good sense to realize that, and at least, however, it doesn't make a difference. He doesn't take the desperate edge in her voice when she answers Ashton temper with her own. And on they go, none the wiser to my presence.
Do you have any idea how much trouble you could get in?
That's why I'm asking you for help.
Is this what you've been doing these past 3 days? Because this doesn't make your case convincing, Isabella.
Rose died, Ash.
I know. Every single person in Luxburg knows. It's on the damn news. But that doesn't mean...
People are missing. Some of those are my friends. And BRC's just covering it all up.
You can't just barge into my office and expect me to do anything about it, right off the bat. This isn't a children's game, Isabella. We have procedures. We have to follow protocol. There's red tape all over this case for a reason. We sure as hell don't investigate things just because some stupid letter spooked us.
Ash, you have to believe me this time. If we don't do anything right now, more people will...
It's been a whole week. This stupid letter prank is getting old real fast. I'm sick of it. It was funny the first time, not so much now.
You're the only one that can help me with this, Ash. Even Rebecca won't.
All right, you two are awfully loud. What's going on here?
Both of their heads snap up almost in unison, a displeased frown on each of their faces. This is a necessary interruption. What can they do? People still in their units have already taken interest in the commotion, with some taking a peek behind their curtains, while others are bold enough to creak open their doors, if only slightly. If they don't keep it down pretty soon, our landlady will show up. Getting a reprimand from her is the last thing I want to happen, first thing on a Friday morning, even if it's hardly my fault.
Well, if you want to continue this, you two better do it elsewhere. You're disturbing other people.
Don't worry, we're done here.
No, we aren't. Becca, I looked it up. I called them. I visited some of them and...
Which you shouldn't have done in the first place. Isabella, you're going to create more problems for us with what you're doing. A team has already been assigned to it. Leave it to us.
Your precious team is looking at it the wrong way. Becca, it's not just Rose. There are others.
The last bit strikes a chord, prods strongly at a memory. The vicious smiles already etched deeply inside my mind. Image appears clear enough that the mere mention of it stumble on my own question.
What do you mean?
The letter, Rebecca! It's not...
It's nothing. If there's really something going on because of that dumb letter, none of us would be standing here. We've all read it, haven't we? But Rebecca's alive, Zach's alive, I'm alive. So for the last time, this isn't a curse. There's a murderer on the loose, and your co-workers happen to be the victims. Give it a rest, Isabella. It's too early for this shit.
Don't you think that's too much for a coincidence?
Not so much. Most serial killers follow a pattern. I'll tell you about it some other time. And anyway, coincidence or not, the point is, civilians like you aren't supposed to get involved. You're putting yourself in danger.
I wasn't chasing after...
Will the both of you slow down and stop arguing for a minute? What's this about your coworkers, Belle?
Becca, please don't tell me now you believe this shit.
Sure, in a heartbeat, I'll agree with Ashton. That's how it has always been, beside having a rear wood point. They're the very same ones he'll make every time I ask too many questions. The fact of the matter is, what he wants to hear from me right now is far from what I've been seeing, sensing these past few days. No matter what Isabella or I believe on our own, something odd has been happening around me, and the letter she picked up is at the heart of this. I might have seen her. Ashton in particular won't be too happy to hear it. Imagine the look on his face doesn't take too much effort. As their posture shifts the moment my reluctance shows, shoulders tensing, brows furrowing, eyes gaining a sharp edge. He's already bracing himself from the disappointment. And it will be a disappointment. Not in a million years did I ever believe I'll be saying this either.
I might have seen her. The woman Belle's been telling us about. The one she said she saw in the attic.
Both of them stare like me. I've grown an extra head, and for a few moments, Ashton looks as he's about to have a fit. A pause strides at the heels after, a silence thick enough one can almost hear a pin drop.
You're kidding, right?
Do I look like I'm joking?
Really, Becca? Not funny.
Ash, I'm not lying. Why would I lie about this? It's been this way since the film fest. The past few days have been really odd since we read that letter. Last night, you mentioned Zach hasn't been acting like himself. Maybe you should ask him, too.
Or maybe you're all just feeling under the weather.
I'm not sick. Don't you think I'd know that by now?
Becca, you're starting to sound like Scaredy Cat. Give me a break.
Why don't you?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you two.
Isabella's voice cut sharply through the conversation, abruptly putting an end to the brewing
It's
argument.
all my fault. This is all my fault. I was only hoping I could fix this before any of you. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this.
She breathes in, deep and steadying in the moment. Something falls behind her eyes as she looks away.
I'll fix this. I promise.
Quiet resolve. Same one I saw in the night from 3 days ago. This time it burns brighter. Even Ashton wavers to the side, and she looks him straight in the eyes, gaze unflinching. Gradually, his grip on her wrist loosens.
Belle, there's nothing to fix. The problem is...
Just this once, Ash.
Her voice, though small and lacking any force, stops him. Along with it, every sound, every noise dies around us, Ash descending as if the world's waiting for her words.
You don't have to come with me. But if I don't do anything, I am going to regret it.
She lays a hand up his, gentle, pleading, almost intimate. If one does not consider circumstances we found ourselves in. Ashton will never tell a soul, never admit to himself, but it's in a short second that his own resolve breaks. Moment the hard edge on his eyes softens and he relinquishes his hold on her, letting his hands fall limply into his side. Wordlessly, Isabella steps back and runs off, leaving only muttered thanks and a small lackluster smile. Only after the last few footsteps fade away does Ashton move, breaking the silence with one of his sharp exhales, for reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose, a gesture of frustration and surrender.
Did you really have to tell her that?
What do you want to hear from me then? That everything's fine?
No, I want all of you to stop putting these ideas in her head. None of it is helping. Never mind. Don't worry about her. I'll bring her back here.
It's already poised to leave when my own instincts take over. I reach for him, gripping his elbow with the same unyielding grip, action prompted by voices whispering in the back of my mind. It's already made it clear he's not going to believe me, but he deserves a word of caution. Who knows where all of this will take us, how all of this would end? He shouldn't be caught off guard, beliefs notwithstanding.
Ash, I know you don't believe in those things she's saying. And you know me. I'm less inclined to believe in those things as you do. But I've seen something. There's something strange going on here. You don't have to buy it. If you don't want to listen to me, fine. But please, try to hear her out. It's bad enough that Isabella goes off like this without telling anyone. I'm just worried something might happen to her if she keeps at it. Talk to her, okay?
As if she trusts me enough for that.
Doesn't the fact that she approached you first about this, instead of me, already say a lot?
Different kind of trust, granted implicitly, never spoken, sometimes too big, too fragile to last. Fell silent for long moments as he returns it over in his mind. In the end, all he managed to offer is a small nod before he departs, and a promise to, at least, listen to her without the teasing or the jibes. Favor for me and the least he could do for her. It's as much as I can do for him as well until I've understood what's happening myself. Tonight, hopefully, where this all started to provide the answers I'm looking for. Except the whole thing's off to a bad start, and all of a sudden, whatever Isabella's claiming dwelling in the mansion becomes the least of my concerns. Severely underdressed is a total understatement to describe how I look. Cars worth more than my own apartment and childhood home combined line the mansion's front yard. Men and women decked out in their best also flock near the entrance. Most are eager for the festivities to start, while some are simply idling around enjoying the warm afternoon sun before it sets. Once the woman standing in the front porch speaks, their undivided attention immediately shifts to her. Presumably Miss Wright, from the confident manner she holds herself among present company. This despite keeping a far simpler appearance than the rest of her own guests, or not having her husband beside her, a trait worthy of utmost admiration at best. At where she stands with every woman, the subject of every gossip in Longsbourne.
Welcome everyone.
And Mom said we could have been good friends. Could even picture myself mingling with this kind of guest she has. Though I admit she does seem familiar now that I've seen her this close. I was just sitting in vanity not mine, being dressed in clothes too fancy for my tastes. They flit briefly in my mind until her cheerful tone rises above the buzz of her enraptured audience again.
Please, make yourselves at home.
Wish I could share her enthusiasm, really. Being surrounded by all these extravagance, for the lack of a better term, really makes me dread how the rest of the night might go. Also knowing there might be some truth to what lies inside this place helps drive the unease further by a notch. Ashton, on the other
Be
hand,
careful with Shirley, alright?
some reason a horse gathering like this already seems right at home, standing with an air too lackadaisical as he watches the valet drive off with his bloody car.
Can't you at least act with a bit more shame?
Becca, if I find a single scratch on Shirley, there will be hell to pay.
Those guys know what they're doing. They're handling cars worth more than your precious Shirley.
My disdain is slightly shown beyond the tone of my voice, quite possibly in the form of a grimace. He chuckles, a rare moment where mirth and amusement dance across his features. Try as I might to pull up the stern glare, I can't help but join him instead. There's something in the lightness of it, in how easy this kind of interaction falls into a place when we don't let feelings get too involved, in spite of being stuck in a situation we're not fond of. Brings back memories. However, the moment doesn't hold. All of a sudden, Ashton goes quiet.
Chief?
Another expression flashed momentarily across his face, though he blinks it away before I can figure out what it is exactly.
Ashton, what's...
Sorry, Becca, I just saw someone I need to catch up with. Longtime friend.
Doesn't help that he's making an effort to spare a glance my way when he answers. Instead, they're focused some point in the crowd, his gaze starting between people walking past us until a small frown forms in his face.
Oh wait, Ash! What about...
This won't be long. Be careful while I'm gone, okay?
Having a smile, he hastily throws my way with a frown of my own. What does he mean by that? Before I can ask, already he has turned his back from me and was walking away without single explanation whatsoever. Some desperate effort tried to catch up to him, only to know what warranted his sudden departure of his odd warning at the end.
Hey, be careful! About what exact...
Only for my test to be interrupted by muffled ringing from my pocket. Ah! Hello, Pax! Thank you for the How was Small Land? What did you kill today? What did you build today? We're currently attending the housewarming party of Rebecca's story here in the letter. But how was your stream? I hope it has gone well. And how is everyone? Small Land is small. Thank you for following, Fane. How are you? It was small, and how sunny both of you. Have you rested? How long have you been streaming? Don't forget to hydrate and rest as well. And now I'm going to bring you inside the haunted mansion. We might see the ghost now, because that's where it usually goes when we go here in the mansion. 6-hour stream. Nice. I hope that you had fun. I always fun seeing you play Small Land. It's a long stream. Thank you for bringing people here. And yeah, we're just still continuing the letter, and we might be finishing this tomorrow. I think there's 3 more well, 2 more after this. I'm not sure if we're gonna continue after Becca, or we'll finish another one before I sleep today. But yeah, we'll see how long this one is. This one is longer than usual. Spin the wheel. All right, before we continue, let's spin the wheel. Let's spin. How do you spin again? Spin. Let's see where the wheel is going to stop tonight. It is going to be... Oh, it's gonna be whisper time. I'm gonna set the timer for 5 minutes. And it's gonna be all whispers for that 5 minutes. So we're gonna read the dialogue for 5 minutes. Can you hear me with my whispers? I'm not sure if people can hear me when I'm whispering. So we're gonna whisper and read the light novel with whispers. And somebody's been naughty. Who's gonna be punished? Mom's cheerful voice greets me as soon as I answer.
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom. Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
The conversation itself doesn't last long. Just a simple hello. A reminder to enjoy the party and to send her regards to their old student. But when the call ends and I get to look up, Ashton's already heading inside. With a sigh and admittedly a little disappointment, I tuck my mobile back into my pocket and follow after him. Sunny's panicking. She didn't even know she had her volume too low. Yes, we're at Rebecca's story right now. Can you actually hear me? Hello?
So much for a date.
Even with a familiar company, this is somehow shaping up to be a terrible evening. The party hits full swing an hour later, with the host opening remarks given. Still no sign of her husband. The poor woman and the guests promptly fed. The band shifts the melody to a livelier tune. Soon, laughter and rhythmic tapping of shoes fill the room, all in accordance to the lifting strains of music. It seems fun, I admit. Fascinating at certain moments. The flurry of dancers making the music of their own, almost with no care in the world. If I weren't so indisposed, I'd have joined the crowd for a song or two. There isn't a lack of invitations anyway. Plenty of them, in fact. With some asking more than once. If only my stubborn refusal that prevents me from joining them. And I can. A single nod is all it takes. The evening would have been far enjoyable for me. But pride and my own silly hopes, the thoughts of being seen with one of them by him, curbs that as much as I hate to admit it. It's a hard truth to swallow, especially when the very person at the center of it makes denial difficult. Can't even spare me a minute of his attention. A single glance at me the whole evening. Hell, Zachary might have spoken more words to me. The big guy's busy covering the event to boot. But at least he manages to slip in a conversation or two, three takes, or a small wave of his hand when he passes by. What's Ashton's excuse? He's been fitting in and out of sight the whole time. One moment he's hanging around a small group, and another he's hovering around the string band. Just a second ago, he's wolfing down some devil text by the buffet table, a glass of wine in hand. The next thing I know, he's gone. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he's only free to come here for another reason.
I swear, the next person who asks, I'm dancing the night away with. Ashton can go fuck himself.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Her voice almost made me jump. The focus on Capshite wandering around the ballroom, my own annoyance to notice. If she's heard any of the profanities I mumbled, she's taken notice of my discomfiture. She makes no comment on it, merely greeting me with a smile when I turn my attention to her. Miss Honor Wright gives off a whole different air when she's not speaking to an audience. Homely, a bit too friendly for my liking, but I guess that comes from being raised in such an environment and having to deal with pompous new people. Though I suppose nothing has really changed from years ago. I remember herself carrying same manner during that one and only visit. Does she remember any of it? I won't be surprised if she doesn't. It has taken me a while myself. She's probably met a lot of people. Little Becky, through the years, might have forgotten about me or my parents. People like her drive on connections after all. Nevertheless, I return her smile, awkward and stiff as it may be.
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're fine, dearie. It's only really the parvenus, those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up.
There we go. It's over. I'm not sure if you even heard me when I was whispering. Now, we go back to regular speech. Oh, it's just burn those who dress up as social climbers.
Quite the black-haired beauty, isn't he?
takes me a while to realize who she's talking about. Until Ashton walks by again in closer proximity than any other times he has done so far this evening. Still without a look of acknowledgement our way, though, even if Miss Wright speaks loud enough to catch my attention. Oh, oh no, not the cringe. Are you lost, baby girl? Still without a look acknowledge our way, though, even if Miss Wright speaks loud enough to catch the attention of anyone within earshot. You're not a Sergeant Perkin.
Who, Ash?
You know, you really shouldn't have turned down those offers. If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time. I don't know him, and I'm the one hosting this party. That must mean you know each other. Is he your boyfriend then? Because that would explain those rejections.
This is the first time someone has made that assumption. Almost every student I've had in the past, my coworkers, more often than not, assume he is. A few of my neighbors also think we're an item. Not that Ashton ever reacted to those. He's been quite indifferent about it, in fact. Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, she should go find this. We're gonna kill Mr. Right anyway. Still, the heat of the blush creeps up my cheeks than already, despite wanting it to happen so badly myself.
What? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed. Many here would be happy to hear it.
And I haven't been looking at him.
I'll do my best to summon a straight face, but for her good cheer, it easily falters.
That's right. You've been staring. Quite heatedly, in fact. Although I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
It's more the latter currently.
Just don't go murdering him on my property. I don't want to walk into a room and suddenly find a body there.
It's infectious in a way. No sooner I find myself enjoying our chat more than I've imagined myself to. Although her attention briefly wavers at one point, she remains a good companion. Even more once I've mentioned who my parents are, her face quickly lights up and fondness graced her face, despite the meeting from several years ago being a short one. But of course, there are some things we really can't avoid talking about. After all, it's one of the few things I remember her asking me, the moment she spotted little Becky in the room. Do you have a boyfriend? In retrospect, it's an odd thing to ask about as children when there are loads we could have started with.
Oh, I remember you! You were the cutest little thing with glasses!
Really? You describe a girl as a thing.
And when we met, you were having boy troubles with this lad called something with an A.
I believe I still have the clothes she gave me, chosen also I could impress him. Even back then, Ashton has always been denser than a rock, and that one attempt to get him to notice backfired spectacularly. Sure, he's keen, he's a detective for heaven's sake, but feelings, more often than not, escapes him.
What was it again? Aaron, Alan, Adele, Albert, Alexander, Andrew?
Which makes this whole talk all the more embarrassing. The more names she lists off, the more discomfort grows until my smile turns into a grimace. What will she think of me? Here she is married to a man she mostly probably loves at that. While I'm still stuck the same place yearning for the same person.
Ashton! Ash! That man is that boy! The same one. Oh, goodness me, after all these years! I can see why, though. He's quite dashing.
Well, according to Sunny, he's a Final Fantasy character.
You don't really need to announce it to everyone within earshot, you know? Keep it down.
I'm so sorry, but it really is cute.
She says that for a short moment, a hint of pity flickers in her eyes. Takes that as a chance to change the subject for anything more can be said over the matter. I haven't even sorted these things out for myself.
So, this is a nice party, Miss Wright.
Though, to be frank, I doubt she'll be willing to pass this up. The topic has already captured her
Please, Anna's
attention.
fine. We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky. Don't you worry, dearie. You'll have your happy ending yet.
I'm not too concerned about that, am I? That's not what I'm looking for.
Oh? And what makes you think that? Doesn't everybody want their happy ending?
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales. And they are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around, trapped in some tower and hope for the best. If you love them, you have to fight for it, right? You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own. Like everything, you have to work at it.
Hypocrisy, that's what this is. How dare preach something when it's exactly what I've been doing. And then, I go and act as if I'm entitled to any of it. That by virtue of us growing up together, he must return whatever I feel for him. That he's not allowed to look at another because I'm the one who has stayed by his side the longest. When in the first place, Ashton has always been his own person. It's something I cannot force on him. I can only hold on to these, take care of it until the time comes I can confess to him. Great if he reciprocates, but if he can't, and if he won't, selfish. I've been too selfish.
But what do I know?
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about.
At one point, maybe I would have easily agreed to that. However, the past weeks have also been seen change in the way I view things. As nice as things sound, it turns whatever I previously know may not even be true for other people, or for myself. It's sobering, almost funny how things I might have said with much certainty before now has doubts muddying each of them. There will be time to mull about this later because a hush suddenly descends in the room, a whole different issue arrears. Oh, Luke is here. Especially when Luke strides into the now quiet ballroom, fashionably late and oozing with the same pompous mane he always carries around with him.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party? I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
For long, Hannah leaves my side to join him. It doesn't take a genius to piece it all together.
Welcome one and all to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are our ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen, if you would excuse my presumptuousness. So, enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone!
His attitude, the manner he carries himself around people, some familiarity with that part of the city. Of fucking course, I should have known. Although I'm partly at fault here, tabloids and gossip columns have never been really my thing. Should have also expected wherever Luke fucking right, some sort of drama would surely follow. He seems the kind of person who revels in it, figures it'll find him on its own, even when he's not asking for it. It happens amidst a round of applause and hoots that people lagging behind the crowd. Garrett does not catch on until cheers turn into several scandalized gasps.
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility.
Oh no. Brago.
God damn it, Luke. I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me.
What do you mean you're pregnant with? Luke, is this true?
Lies and slander, woman!
It's probably true. He's been sleeping around.
Security! Johans, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
No, you do not do this to me. I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours. Look at her. Does she look like she wants a baby? Does she look like she could take care of a baby?
Oh, bye. Emotion doesn't go further, despite the drunk woman appearing like she has plenty of more venom to spill. In a little while, security shows up, escorting her out. Apparently, she's the chief inspector's wife too. As if this whole thing can't get any more fucked up than it already is. What a mess. Damage has been done, and beyond the repercussions this will bring, I'm more worried about Hannah. Maybe Luke too, in part. I've seen the man that hides behind his self-importance, and it's someone who cares for the person who stands beside him. No matter how questionable that is now. After all, no matter no anger is worse than that of a scorned woman. And Hannah. Well, as refined and well mannered she is in front of their guests, I'm not sure if she'll be all too willing to tolerate this. Her party, her home, her husband, and the woman who just dared to walk all over it. And yet, in a glance, there's only defeat, a weird slump on her shoulders, and a certain depth to her breathing, like the fight has already been drained out of her long ago. Don't know since when this has been going on. Don't know either of them well to judge myself. Simply an outsider who happens to have some kind of connection with both of them. But their personal wish for respite, it's all easy to see it in her as she quietly watches commotion carry on around her. In a moment, before I can think it through, I'm pulling her to the side, waving Zachary over to
Becca,
us.
this is a real oh, hey, Miss Wright.
Hello, Zachary. I told you to call me Hannah. Did I not?
Yeah, you did.
Admittedly, this air of familiarity between them catches me off guard. I won't put it past Hannah, her standing in society compels her to keep appearances, to be nice to everyone sort of thing, while Zachary's growing client base sometimes call for rubbing elbows with the rich and famous. Although from the way it appears, this one seems to go behind beneath a facade or work. I wonder how this friendship came to be. I'd ask, but we're starting to attract some curious eyes, most of them probably searching for more gossip, something to add fuel to the fire. Thankfully, there's no need to explain it to Zachary, he's aware of the situation all too well.
So, this is what you called me for? We gonna get Hannah out of here?
That'd be great.
Soon he's leading the three of us out of the ballroom. And now their speaking approach our way out, I shut down with a sharp glare. A few steps, we're out, away from commotion and suffocating tension. I don't stay long with them though. Even though I want to, Ashton's still somewhere in that crowd. I've got to go back for him at least. No matter how much the idea of that alone sends an unpleasant twinge in my stomach.
Hey, I gotta go back in there. Completely forgot my bag like an airhead, and I'll see if I can tag Ash on the way out. You'll be fine here, right, Hannah?
Not to worry, dearie. I'll just be right here.
Zach will be with you if you need anything.
Besides, it seems Zachary can handle this without another person helping out. In fact, for some reason, I got this strange impression I might be intruding on something if I elect to remain. Better to entrust this with someone she's comfortable with. And though it might be a little inappropriate considering what just transpired, a smile worms its way into my lips as I leave. Good on them, I suppose. Chatter has exploded throughout the whole ballroom once I return. Oh, the Marites has been summoned. Word murmurs, clicking of tongues, inappropriate gossip filters through the thick tension in the room. Most of them haven't even left the premises and they're already talking about it. Tomorrow it will be on the news for sure, in every local broadsheet and tabloid in Luxburn. The Wanderer looks knee-deep into damage control. With his scandalous woman gone, he has turned his attention to the media covering the event. Though so far he isn't faring well in the cleanup
Now,
department.
people, we all know the drill. I'm sure you're all itching to get a start on those articles.
Good thing Zachary isn't there. Can imagine a man of his temperament dealing with someone like him.
But if I read one word, see one picture about this come morning, even a single shot of the bloody wine glass the harlot held, you will all lose more than your jobs.
Oh, he's threatening the... Looks that tribe goes on further another few minutes after which he accuses himself out there. There's a brief lull, a reluctant pause. For the place comes a stir again, but shortly the buzz returns. Dancers are once again taken to the floor. Their guests' excited talk begins anew. I could care less about this and simply standing in the middle of it already gives me a headache. When the shock has faded, I feel bone tired. Accomplished nothing of what I've come here for, and apparently Ashton's disappeared sometime during the commotion. Not sure what pisses me off more. That he ignored me the whole evening, must have left without saying anything, or knowing he obviously has some other motive for being here. Can't he at least trust his own friends for that?
He didn't have to lie to me.
At its last straw. No longer the mood to grab my bag and head out, more than ready to end the session night as early as possible. As it turns out, the night isn't done with me yet, because no sooner As the porter closed the door behind me, I find myself standing alone in the foyer with one look right. No sign of Hannah or Zachary. Just him and the agitated clicks his shoe make while he treads around the empty room. Away from the media's prying eyes and their guest judging stares, it's easy to glean how much this scandal has him shaken. Not to the point where he has utterly lost composure, he appears to have mastered himself enough not to. But an ample opening is there for a nervous edge to show on the lines of his shoulders.
What do you know?
The man is not as tough as he makes himself out to be. Sure, I've seen this before, briefly, that 1 second in the hallway at school. Strange matter, however, to witness this out in the open. Behind closed doors, this is the real look, the real look right. Though maybe it's just because he hasn't noticed my presence yet, busy as he is with his thinking. If he's aware, I doubt he'll be acting like this. His pride is one thing he'll always wear with him. Even now, when I place a gentle hand on his shoulders, he whirls around to face me. There's a second long moment of anger flashing across his feature before it dissolves into confusion. He tucks it away as quickly as he can, but it does nothing change his impression I've built of a man in my head.
Daisy, must you be everywhere?
We've only met 3 times, Luke. Quit the dramatics. Besides, shouldn't you be aware of who gets invited to your party?
If I was, there wouldn't be any of that scene tonight. That munter wouldn't even get an inch within this property. I'd ban her off Luxborn if I could.
Probably pawns everything off to their servants and Hannah. Pompous elitist douche.
Did you just come out here to lecture me about it? Because, Daisy, I can already feel one coming tomorrow. I don't need to hear one from you tonight.
You are a very unpleasant man.
So I've been told. Will that be all? If so, I suggest you go back and join every bloody goss in that room.
Not everything. As unpleasant and frustrating talking with this man is, he deserves the benefit of the doubt. Does he? Questions and criticism aren't lacking, of course. But should we chica, Marites? Should we, Marites? I wanna Marites. Becca, you're Marites now. I'm turning you to Marites. Is it true?
There's some truth to it then.
To his credit, does appear extremely offended and repulsed by the notion. Yeah, Marites! Rebecca's now Marites. His mortified expression alone answered the question, but I want to hear it from him, even if he takes nothing short of the right civ tone just to answer that.
Daisy? Oh, Daisy. If you believed every scandal that came along, I'd have 100 children already. Do me a favor and give me a break. I get enough of this false shite from the tabloids.
Well, I'm sorry for asking. I just wanted to hear it from you, douche.
And now that you've heard it, does it change anything? Are we going to start seeing miracles now? A solution to poverty? Pigs flying in the sky?
Is some friendly concern such a hard thing to comprehend for you?
He pauses at that. Suddenly, he doesn't know what to do with his hands. In the end, he simply stuffs them back in his pockets and sulks. Not too shocked it caught him off guard. There probably aren't many people who tell him that. He's a difficult man to get along with. Zachary probably won't want to be anywhere near him, despite the man having the patience of a saint. Ashton he can tolerate maybe, though I highly doubt he can keep it up with Luke. Dealing with him requires more than patience. It's a huge mystery why I still bother. When awkwardness pauses, mostly coming from him, he merely glances away.
Maybe. I don't need your stupid friendship.
Good heavens! I really want to ask how Hannah's able to deal with you.
Go, Rebecca. He's interested, I can tell from the frown he shoots my way. It's like wondering how I've ended up knowing her. Humor him any other day, probably tease him about it. Keep him guessing just to annoy him if I'm in a good mood. My own patience is nearing its ends. After Ashton, after a whole fiasco here, and now him. Won't even answer my questions properly. Why should I answer his? Moreover, there's other matters more important than that. His marital problems. First and foremost, his attitude follows right after. Concerns aside, I can't help with those. There's only things he can fix, and it's definitely not by standing around here. So, with a slight wave of my hand, I end it right there and walk away from him. Although I can resist the urge to glance back before I leave, only have one last look at the man he really is. Have we judged Luke immediately? Should we have trusted him? Does he not deserve to die? We'll see. But does Hannah deserve better? She does. Maybe he can live, but they can divorce. We'll see. We'll see. The story will tell us if we will kill him or not. Oh, the research. Glance back before I leave. I only have to one last look at the man he really is. But the instant I turn my gaze on him, I see it. Ah! You're already with another woman. Looming, hovering over his shoulders, drawn to him like moth to a flame. Like first time he stepped inside this place in search of Isabella. He was there too, wasn't he? A man along with his wife, another person, Miss McCullough. And that shadow. Nope, a woman now. Her no longer a dark blur. Terror rushes through every vein in my body. The audacity! A crippling sensation gripping every part of me while she stares at me, glare filled with nothing but hate and venom. It's like staring in the eyes of a woman I've unknowingly robbed of something precious. Try to say something, a warning, but before I can gather my wits and voice it out, someone shuts the door behind me, as if to keep outsiders away from the secrets this mansion possesses. A brush of fresh air against my cheeks does little dampen the chill in my bones. By now, the sensation, the fear has quiet, it leaves whenever I see her. It's familiar enough for me. Already it has made a home in my nerves. Don't even notice my trembling hands until I cross the arms across my chest. The cold that tips from my fingers seeps through the thick material of my shirt. Neither of it helps to bring together some semblance of coherent thought in my head. But I know I should.
Someone has to tell that douche.
Start walking back before fear can cripple me again. It's not wise. Returning, that is, especially after what happened. But Hannah's still an old friend, and Luke doesn't deserve whatever misfortune that letter might bring. Can't just leave those two in there. Isabella's right. She's real, and there's something she wants from everyone who has read
Becca,
that.
where'd you go off to? If we're done here, let's go.
My mistake, the second his voice cuts through the crisp night air, is what I've allowed my annoyance to get the better of me. Fuming, purpose forgotten, I whirl around and march towards him. One accusation after another piles up on the tip of my tongue, ready to be hurled at any moment. There's no hesitation holding me back when I fling at him. That straight face he keeps as I do doesn't help temper my anger either. Only makes me want to slap some more sense into him.
Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?
Becca, I've been waiting here the whole time. I told you I hate parties like...
And before that, where have you been the entire evening?
Right there and then, I might forgiven him, as if he's shown some ounce of remorse for leaving me like that. Maybe he could have looked away, given me a sign what my assumptions might be. He doesn't even need to put them into words. Single gesture of confirmation is all I need. Rather, what I get is same impassive look. He does that whenever he can't disclose anything. He does that whenever he's lying. The face of it, amidst a thick tension, a frustrated huff is the only thing I can summon.
Be that way. Fine. Suit yourself.
No more words. After everything I've seen and heard tonight, already too exhausted for those. So without speaking any further, I simply walk past him and stump over his car. Although before I can pull open the door, he calls out. One hand outstretched, a gentle way on my shoulders.
Wait, Becca.
Pauses, his brows furrowing and lips curving in a slight frown. I can almost see the gears turning in his head while he tries to piece together everything he wants to say. Before perhaps I might have waited patiently for those. He's not a man fond of using words to express himself. More often than not, any gesture of honesty will only come out blunt and coarse when forced. But today, for another reason or another, I can't summon that forbearance.
Ashton, if you're just going to waste my time again...
Becca, listen. I don't know how else...
That much is obvious. Why don't you just take the whole bloody night? Go on. I can wait until next year. Better yet, why don't you just keep it all to yourself like you always do? It's not like.
Rebecca, will you hear me out first?
The silence I can offer him. Whether I believe what he's about to say is still up for debate. A very long debate.
I honestly don't know how else to put this. I'm aware your parents have some kind of history with Hana Wright, and somehow you're friends with her. But you should stay away from these people for now, especially the husband.
Who? Luke?
His expression deepens in the scowl at mention of the name. But whatever his opinion he has doesn't immediately voice. Still, something about his greatly displease him, evident in his teeth. Note his tone
Yeah,
assumes.
he's bad news.
Care to explain your reasons?
Care to explain your reasons?
Not meant for it to sound as harsh as this does, but anger and frustration have never been a good match in me, particularly in nights like this. Not surprising when Ashton jerks back as if I've struck him. For a fleeting moment, something akin to hurt darts across his features, his eyes narrowing and hands closing tightly into a fist at his sides. Then swiftly as he glances away, shifts his focus on the line trees nearby, like an answer can be gleaned from the dark expanse.
I'm really sorry, Becca.
What is it for? For the party? The vague answers he continues to give? Does it include all those times before this? The year's worth of it? Girl, you have a lot of baggage. I don't doubt its sincerity. However, at the moment, the forgiveness asking isn't something I'm all too willing to hand, fierce as I am. Frankly, I wonder how to keep myself from raising my voice at him.
We'll talk about this tomorrow. And you better have a proper answer for me by then.
There's a brief hesitation before I step away, a short moment of wanting to say more, waiting if he has anything to add. He's only silent, eyes still trained at a distance. It's the last glimpse I see him before I climb inside his car. The door slams closed with the same force as the anger I'm holding. It sounds merely vanishes into the night unnoticed. Follow soon after. Shortly, we're on our way back to the city. Yet even the city's bright lights welcoming us, the dense, somber air from the mansion still lingers. The moon is almost at the highest by the time we reach Salem Mill. Even after our respective heads have cooled off, the atmosphere within the car remains rife with unspoken tension. This isn't a problem so easily fixed with a few handshakes. Quite frankly, I don't know what will. Ashton himself has no idea what to do when he alights and dawdles awkwardly in the middle of the car park, unsure. It almost seems like he's having an internal debate whether he should say goodbye or mutter an apology. They've driven him away purely out of spite the second they have gotten off. Still, all habits die hard. It's late, Ashton's flat is on the other side of the city. Reputation might still rear its head every time I look at him right now, but I'm not too cruel to put him up on another long drive. Special angry, angry. Especially when he still appears he hasn't gotten any rest.
You can borrow the couch.
Oh, yeah. He's tired. Okay. Try to kiss my flat his way before protest forms on his lips. Although he catches with ease, he eyes it with expression, shoots a puzzled glance my way.
You haven't been forgiven. We're still going to have that talk, believe me. But I'm not about to send you out on another drive looking like that. It's late. Go get some rest.
We're setting aside a lot of loose ends like this, but he appears to have accepted the reason, at least in the meantime. He does give me another questioning glance when I shove past him, pulling my mobile in the process.
Where are you going? I thought...
You go ahead upstairs. I need to contact Professor Andrew.
Andrew? Why would you... Oh, no. Please. Is this that thing Isabella said this morning? Again?
I saw it. Shut up.
I already gave her my word, Becca. I'll look into this BRC crap. No need to drag the old guy into it.
Of course, he's still skeptical. Makes me wonder if he's even seeing anything at all. Figures this curse will stay away from the scoffer. But this is another loose end tonight. I can't just leave alone, Ashton's beliefs notwithstanding. Just so happens that it's one I can delve into using means other than taking a look at the mansion itself.
Ashton, do you really think I still give a shite after that stunt you pulled tonight?
No, but this is...
I've spent so many years with him to know this is about to turn into another argument. Before he can finish, I cut him off with a firm raise of my
Look,
hand.
I don't care. There are weird things happening around here. And yes, it's Isabella's brand of weird. Ghostly voices, strange sounds, and a bloody woman sitting at the back of my car. You don't have to believe me. And I no longer have the patience to convince you, so just leave me be, Ashton.
Doesn't push it, growing quiet instead. Although, I know he has a whole case of it prepared inside his head. There's a reluctant shift in his movement when he steps away from our conversation. Sure of climbing the stairs, he stops, turning to face me with an expression almost too
Are
conflicted.
you really sure
What?
that there was something? That you've been, seeing things?
Yes, I'm very, very certain. Now go. And you better not break anything in there. The last time I let you stay over, it was that statuette Belle gave me. You haven't even replaced that one.
Last of my reprimand goes both unheard and unanswered as he disappears behind the stairs. Things aren't as strange. You might have quip or two after that, followed by a light banter. Instead, for a long moment, I'm left staring after him. Something the way he asks for it that nags. Coupled with the expression, the whole exchange just feel unsettling. One that doesn't fade even as I got her. What time is it? You're calling the professor at night. My thoughts shift focused on other, even as I dial Professor Andrew's number. And that's when it clicks. During the long wait for the professor, one stray thought emerges from the unease. Ashton has not intended for this question to be a jibe. It's concern. For what though? For my well-being? The letter's curse? The woman I mentioned? The answers for those will have to wait, however. Finally, the call connects and Professor Andrew's voice echoes from the receiver.
Professor Andrew?
It's late.
Yeah, it's late.
What can I do for you?
I know, I'm sorry, but this is a bit urgent.
After all, this is a more pressing matter. Our lives might be at stake, and we're still in the dark.
Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you to do me a favor.
Are you gonna meet? Professor Andrew Clark has agreed to meet me 2 days later in front of the Luxburn Public Library. It's under commitments, but being a longtime family friend has its perks. I have my parents' connections to thank for that. Of course, I'm not the sort to impose on him often, but the situation is, well, it's not entirely bad, although it just requires calling a few favors from friends like him. Without his signature, I won't be able to gain access to the library's restricted section. I want to get in more in-depth information at Ermengarde Mansion, that is, not simply what they chose to show the general public. As much as I hate to admit it, there's always something people censor, whatever it is, I won't ever find in the general section. That should be what they're keeping here, beyond the public eye. I thought that alone makes me antsy. Thankfully, I don't have to brood over it. Wait for a professor doesn't last long. Never did enjoy making people wait. Likewise, he dislikes people who are tardy. He arrives 5 minutes after I do, greeting me with a kind of smile and casual wave of his hand. Haven't seen him in so long, but it appears he has suddenly changed. His familiar presence alone is enough for a fond smile to spread across my face.
Professor Andrew.
Rebecca, didn't I say long ago you can drop the professor?
You know I can't possibly do that. Even if I can. It feels disrespectful to call you by your name alone.
Both you and Ashton never listen to this old man. Kids these days.
All right.
Kids these
But
days.
just for today, since you're doing me a huge favor, Andrew.
I guess you simply can't have it all, even at this old age. But pleasantries aren't what we're here for, yes? You mentioned you needed a permit.
Yes, sir, if that's okay with you.
More than fine. Anything in pursuit of knowledge, as they say.
He has been permit without further prompting. Just like his promise, also written a recommendation after his signature. It's more than enough to get me those files. Muttered a small thanks before slipping it into my pocket. Although when I look back up, his browser furrowed the face of curiosity. Not surprising considering how vague I've been during our little talk over the phone. Right then and there, I've decided to tell him if he ever asks, maybe not all of it, but stuff he needs to know. Least I can do to thank him. As expected, due to his inquisitive nature, he
If
asks.
you don't mind, though, I know you've always been an eager learner, but may I know what in the restricted section that piqued your curiosity?
It's the God mansion, sir.
He's quick to raise an eyebrow at that for a while. I fear he'll take a slip of paper back. Is there something in what I
The ones
said?
they have out in the general isn't enough?
I'm, hoping for a more in-depth read, sir. More about the history and the people who once lived there. The general section doesn't have anything much on that.
Oh, I see. Well, you certainly aren't the first one to be enamored with that place. It doesn't shock me. The architecture is admirable, and the urban legends are something to talk about. Why, just this past week, I've got a few asking me about that. Imagine that.
I think enamored might be a little too much to describe our interest in it. But I have to agree. The mansion is beautiful, even with the renovations. They kept the stained glass windows, too. They are magnificent.
Oh, you've seen it.
I was there for a few hours to attend a housewarming party. The invitation was for my parents, but they couldn't make it. My mum used to work as a private tutor for the Evans. Hannah Wright?
Ah, I know of her. Her husband, too. Who doesn't?
He's angry.
Luxborn's most popular couple.
Something falls behind his eyes, a warmth in them suddenly gone. Like he's reliving a painful distant memory and seeing it play right in front of him. It appears almost as soon as he surfaces, but that look has unsettled something in me.
Is something the matter?
Nothing much. But you know, you're already like a daughter to me. So if you could, do be careful with the friends you make.
Is this about the rights, sir?
Just a friendly advice from an old man. Don't think much about it. Anyway, I have to leave now. Can't miss my weekly serving of bear claws. Say hi to your parents at the detective inspector for me, will you?
I will. Thanks for this, Andrew.
Andrew gives my shoulder a light squeeze, a gesture younger me has always appreciated, and quickly crosses the street after. Watch him until he disappears behind the door to a cafe, until the doubt swimming inside my head finds a moment to rest. Whatever his business is with the rights isn't anything I should concern myself about. Somehow, in the grand scheme of things now, all of it feels oddly relevant. How, though, I've yet to find out. Hoping the library will give me the answers I want this time. Ooh. Maybe Sunday morning, library especially empty, second floor in particular. I've always considered this place to be a sanctuary, a respite away from the hubbub of the city. As a child, grew up reading books here, spending hours here, no end poring over the pages, leaving out fantasies in my head until my parents called me home. Now it feels nothing like it. Silence is smothering, suffocating. Even with how clean they've kept the microfiche room, how the entire small of it lacks a speck of dust or clutter, breathing is struggle for air. Not far into my stay, begin to long for the noise outside, perhaps as a way to calm this unease. I'll start to hum a tune. Imagine that. Why of all things it has to be silly nursery rhyme? I've not an inkling. Does his job, however, fills the lull with something far less awkward, far less deafening, and that's enough for a distraction. I have business here, no time for silly daydreams, only important work to attend to. Even there's a possibility of being fruitless by some means, feels like I have to do it. For me, than for the people who has been affected by this. What do we even call this? A haunting? A Halloween prank gone wrong? A curse? If Isabella were here, what would she say? Will she panic? Will she be angry I only listen to her now? It all stems from that one moment in the movie house, doesn't it? Could have avoided this if only with taking her warnings to heart. One stupid mistake is all it took to send our normal lives down on a downward spiral. Frankly, I'm no longer sure I'm angry at myself for it or at the universe for throwing us into this mess. But we can only make do of what little we have, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Going here might not be the right decision, but it's a start.
Good start.
Doesn't take much time for me to find what I need. Microfiche of old newspapers, long kept special storage cabinets, the far end of the restricted section, year 1620s and beyond. For the city, Luxburn even exists in the records when the mansion has been built, Ansem was nothing more but a small and sleepy hamlet near a river. A lot of pieces missing, days, sometimes several consecutive weeks without any records remaining, often goes on for years. Troublesome as it is, I'm lucky enough to find anything at all considering how far I'm looking back. Can't be picky now. Can't waste time mulling over the record keepers of the old could have done to make this a breeze
I
for
can
me.
still work with this.
The faint whir of microfiche machine keeps me company as I go over each slide, each image, hoping something that goes beyond what the local lore knows. These are snippets, little mention of the family that once settled in the house here and there. Visual sing of praise for the couple who helped brought once a tiny settlement in a buzzing town. Nothing substantial, nothing I didn't know before. It is on like this for a good while until come by the years after their deaths. People of Assam might have loved Lord William and Lady Elizabeth Ermengarde, mourned their passing, held them in high esteem in the years after. It was their daughter that was remembered fondly by the townspeople. Her parents built this town. Lady Charlotte was the one who made it prosper. Remarkable considering the period of her recovery from a bout of plague that killed half the town's population, including her parents. Oh, free at last. Airport stopped local state rate. Apparently, her time also marked more for superficial changes to the place. Hello, Kaisa. How are you? Currently researching the library. She moved things, changed laws, altered old customs and traditions. They were done a woman's whimsy, I doesn't say, but she seems capable enough for more than that. It's a horror visual novel. We're learning about the history of the mansion. Gistavist, the town she rebuilt, was eventually grew to become Luxborn City, while the nearby Aston village remained as it was, a relic of the old. A frown swiftly forms in my
So,
face.
why is there a need to hide this?
One by one, I try to recall every lesson I've gone through, every book, paper, and journal I've read. None of those ever mentioned this. Always the lord and lady of the house, their endearing child, always an afterthought to those anecdotes. The one who always took her life in the end. Never someone who restored the town from the brink of collapse, brought new ideas to it. Is it because she's a woman?
That pisses me off.
Granted, not everything is sunshine and rainbows. Not all aspects of her can be considered admirable. But this is history. Some parts are bound to naturally delve into unpleasant territory, whether I like it or not. Witches, for example, became common near the end of her life. Luxburn Witch's Burns. Which would have completely unremarkable, might have gone to mere footnote history if it didn't involve Lady Charlotte and the various slaves she saved. Cost quite a steer, enough to leave almost a week worth of clippings. The girl eventually burned, condemned by an entire town. At the word of Lady Charlotte alone. This doesn't really have anything to do with curse, does it? Unless the one following us and the slave is. It could be. A tale of revenge? How cliche. However, with the lack of accurate photographs, it's possible to tell. Maybe if I squint, the illustration would start resembling her. In my field, doesn't work that way. It shouldn't work that way. I'll be laughing and stuff the community.
This isn't going anywhere.
Mentally exhausted, I take a careful step away from the screen, pressing a palm to my tired eyes. Lack of ample light in this area doesn't help. Headache already threatens to form the back of my head, yet I'm nowhere near figuring things out. Simply too much to take in
I
all
should
at
have
once.
asked for someone's help.
Now I'm at the dead end. I start gathering everything around me, placing them back in their respective envelopes for storage, and motions no longer new after volunteering here a number of times. Didn't make much mess anyway, considering the lack of materials available to begin with. I have to look somewhere else, and where remains unknown though. But just as about to slip in the last of the slides in, something catches my attention. My hand pauses, a microfiche halfway through its protective sleeve. It's one of those few I've set aside without taking careful look. It seems like a gossip column at first glance, but upon closer look, slide back the reader, gently turning the dials in search of the page. Takes some time, but once the image becomes clearer, oh, Ermangan Air announced betrothal. They must have this drawing commission for this announcement. Don't doubt it. With details more for intricate, they're like closer how they might have appeared at the time. But recognizable this way, closer to the paintings I've seen in the mansion. However, it's the man standing here, Edward Godfrey, according to the article that caught my attention previously. Her first cousin and eventually her fiance. Maybe it's the posture, the manner in which he holds himself, or maybe it's the shape of his eyes. I couldn't be too certain about that until I've gotten a better reference. Nevertheless, there is a resemblance. It looks eerily like Luke, right? My head snaps, glowering at whoever's running in the floor above. Any day I'd march upstairs and reprimand whoever it
This
is.
is a library, for heaven's sake.
But now isn't the time I've gotten what I need. Without wasting another minute, I hit the machine's print button for a copy of the page. And my other hand moves to put everything back into storage. A ragged exhale slips from me. Relief, perhaps, maybe. This is already exhaustion. Regardless, soon I'm closing my eyes and wait for the printer to finish, if only to stave off a headache building up from everything. Sometimes I've begun humming the same song again for comfort. Despite my doubts about this, despite all tension on my shoulders, this may be small, fine. At least I can start somewhere. I can start somewhere. There's a way out of this. I know it. The printer sputters to a halt. However, it sounds isn't what makes me snap my eyes. Oh no. Somebody's humming with me. Feeling a chilly brush of air behind my back. Brief enough for something sickening to suddenly lodge in my throat while I take in my surroundings. Suffocating sensation again, creeping to every part of me, crawling under my skin, draining me little by little of any strength. And that day in that mansion, for a brief moment at the school, without delay I grab the papers and make a quick beeline for the door. Ah, there she is! Hello. My whole body freezes. I knew it's the devil child. Hold my breath, not daring to make any noise. A little while, only sound of paper crumpling under my grasp fills the room. Excitement from earlier gone instantly. Replaced by cold, seeping dread. If this has a quick time, I wanna see what happens if I die. But more than fear is the anger. Pains me to hear my own student's voice against me, and more than once, believe it was really her. She has no right.
Play with me.
Although she hasn't made a move, there isn't a wall behind me. Probably take a step back. Anything to put this between us. No matter how small, as long as I'm out of her reach. I steal myself, because if I do fall back, turn away from her, I'd be left with no way out. I'm not dying here.
You think you scared me?
Miss Pink, don't be so rude. I'm waiting.
The devil child voice.
You spook? This is one Scotswoman. You aren't getting into an early grave without a fight. Come at me.
I expected she'll launch, prove to me what monster she is. Instead, all she gives me a smile, twisted and gnarled. It's the time I'd crawled stop at the sight of it. Split second decision. Before I knew it, my body shifts. Eyes closing in anticipation, hand grabbing whatever's solid enough in the nearby table and hurling it at her. You play tumbang preso lady. I don't bother looking at it. Whatever I threw hits its mark. I run. As fast as my legs can carry me, despite my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. Despite my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. In the maze of bookshelf, with the whole place almost void of people. We have a choice. Do we head upstairs or head out the door? We'll be trapped if we go upstairs. There's somebody running upstairs. Let's see. We have saved, so if we die, we can survive. People upstairs aren't there. We can staff for some volunteer. There should be, even Sunday. Here for a special permit, there should be at least one other person manning this place. Heard them a while ago. Of course, impossible to tell them about this, but they won't believe in the same manner we didn't buy Isabella's stories until it's too late. Can easily come up with excuses. For now, it's important don't end up here with
Safety
her
in
alone.
numbers, as they say.
There's no hesitation on my steps or he's upstairs. Ears straining for any signs or sounds of a woman appearing, jumping at me at any second. And still hear her behind me grinding of bones, her whisper as she keeps calling me back. Although it's a distance, I don't slow my pace. Library rules be damned. So no matter how much I pretend to be brave, a level-headed one, or the tough one, this terrifies me. It scares me more than anything. This isn't how I plan to die. When I get to the third floor, only sounds welcome me. Emptiness stretches out far too wide, spanning the entire floor for it to be reassuring. Just behind me, somewhere at the foot of the stairs, panic rises up my throat. No other way but up. So bolt up, desperation kicking in without warning. Take 2 steps at a time, tripping clumsily over some of it last-ditch attempt to escape. But I know, at the back of my mind, I know of this futile. Every footfall, every ragged breath, every pound in my heart is hammered to my mind. Only becomes clearer once the door at the end opens, revealing vast expanse. Oh no, don't jump! Wearing you at the heels, blocking my only way out.
Stay away from me!
Don't jump! Useless plea. Does she even understand what I say? Can she even? She's still human in the first place. Somehow doubt it. There's no human will ever do this. Simply imagine what she's capable of doing to us. I never want to give her the chance.
I'm telling you to back off!
She gets slow as she walks forward. Each strike accompanied by sound, breaking bones, blood oozing from wounds that never found healing. Every inch she draws near, as I pull away and take back a little distance I can between a smile on her merely grows wider. A mocking gesture. For me. Maybe less of human now, but I'm pretty sure she's fully aware that she got me cornered. Wouldn't even bother making it here if she isn't. I can't look away, can't bring myself into even as the heel of my shoe eventually hits the edge. End of the line. Trapped. Alone. So this is how it ends, huh? Quickly and without fanfare, surrounded with not the warm breeze but the chilly morning air. No soft footfalls on an empty hallway, but the din of the early morning traffic below. No warm afternoon light. Nothing but the cold, pungent smell of death all under. You're really gonna kill yourself. How fitting. Yet the miserable of it, there's a single voice I want to hear. You're calling Ashton?
Hey, did I wake you up?
No, I left you a voicemail, so I thought, where are you?
The one I grew up with. Always got grades better than I did without even trying. Silly antics I have to put up with all these years. Stood by me when things got tougher. But the one person to be constant in my life.
Do you remember that one time?
She's gonna die.
What?
Back in secondary. We joined a contest back then, didn't we?
There's a load
I
there.
had to dress you up as a girl and...
No.
What? You looked really pretty. I think I still have that picture somewhere.
Burn it. We're not talking about that again. You promised. Seriously, what brought this on?
Nothing. It's just the first thing I remembered.
So weird. Despite everything, my lips curl up in the smile, faint as that little thing on his own given situation. So even at the very end, I know I have this. Casual talk, friendly banter, talking like we always would as children. Only I haven't been too selfish. I haven't taken all this for granted in favor of my feelings. Then perhaps I won't be regretting anything now.
You're being weird today, Becca. Whatever. Listen, I need you to go home right away. I'm at Salem Well right now and...
Time would simply stop for us. There's still a lot of things I want to say. Things I never bothered saying out loud. Things I would said a long time ago to someone who has always been by my side. This moment, there's only one.
Hold on.
Don't jump!
For everything.
Rebecca, what?
I'm so glad to have known you.
Wait, what are you? God damn it, Rebecca, where are you?
A soft click, and I'm closing my eye. Girl, don't kill yourself. It's a rush of air, sound of the world dimming around me, like a song coming to an inevitable end.
London Bridge is falling
And the devil
down,
child is singing
falling
again.
down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
I just wanted to know. I didn't want her to die. What's this? Unlock a memory fragment. It's a crazy lady. Who is the guy? Oh, no, 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 no. You don't get to kill Rebecca. No, you don't. You're not killing Rebecca. Oh, you need to die to unlock memory fragments.
You think you scare me?
Yeah, if somebody dies, it gives you a memory fragment.
This.
Yeah, give me the choice. I'm gonna choose the downstairs. Well, the downstairs is the obvious choice. I just picked the upstairs choice just to see what would happen, and then she dies. Honestly, else to play so far as anyone can get. I don't want her to die. I can think about the rest of what I can do after I'm outside. When there's other people, I can ask for help. When she's not chasing after me like this, there's no hesitation in my steps as I race for the restricted section door, head downstairs, and barrel straight to the library's exit. Toward safety, in a desperate bid for my life, library rules me down. I can no longer hear her behind me, but I'm not taking any chances. Breath almost escaped me as I near the door. A little more. When out of nowhere, a library card careens a blind corner, slams to my sides. Back hits the floor a hard thud, completely knocking the breath out of me. Copper tag blood gradually spreads over my tongue as I fight to get my bearings back. I force myself to move, even excruciating pain coursing through my limbs. I exit almost there. Only if I can. There's no mental respite. Next thing I know, there's heavy weight top me, cold digits slide around my neck. Tight like vice, pressing, closing in, leaving me gasping for air. In my bird vision, I can only make out the hateful gleam spides in her eyes as she looms over my body. Her grip, my throat goes tighter. Desperation kicks in. My nails dig into her wrist as I struggle against her firm grip, trying to pry her fingers away.
Let go! Let me go!
What do you mean? What? Wait, I don't understand. Repeat. I didn't understand the instructions. Skip this. Head for the door. Keep starting green bar, moving your mouse in the arrow's direction. What? Okay. No. Green. Move. There we go. I didn't understand the instructions. Didn't think twice. My limbs are moving on their own for what I did could fully register in my brain and my lungs could recover. Behind me, she lets out a cry, sharp, loud thunders against the empty walls of the library. I fear her wail's ring compares nothing to relief washing over me when I finally make it out. My knees buckle as soon as my feet hits the pavement, surface cold and hard against my skin. Only been there for a few hours, 1 or 2 probably. Don't know anymore. It feels like an eternity all the same. My breathing hasn't slowed down yet. I don't expect it to go. After going through that, probably look the most undignified creature on a Sunday morning right now. Out of breath, disheveled slump here with a bloodied lip and all. At present, I can simply bring myself to care, even when the few passerby starts giving me strange looks. Stare at me all you want, I don't give a single shite. I'm alive, I'm safe. Isn't the end, but I'm safe. Inside my bag, something that could get us out of this mess. Nothing definite. I don't want to get my hopes up, but it's still something. If Isabella is here, I'm sure she'll feel the same. She'll be the first one who will put her faith on it. Wherever this will lead us is a victory on its own. Now all that's left is find the others, the rest of us trapped in this bloody nightmare. Right on cue is the answer previous thought. My mobile lets out a beep. I pick it up, simply hoping it's one of them. From Ash. There's a pang disappointment, of course, brings me some reassurance that nothing happened to at least one of them.
Hey, Becca, call me back when you're free. We need to talk. ASAP.
He ends it right there. The message is less than 1 minute long. Kurt, nothing giveaway. Lisa worries regardless, do as he asks. So of this, it's another triumph for us. One less thing to worry about. Oh, there it ended. It's Ashton's turn. But yeah, let's save. That was the longest one of all. Some are 2.5 hours to 3 hours. This one almost 5 hours. Her story's a little bit boring. A lot of flirting. I like Marianne's more. But yeah, it's already... Didn't expect it to end this far. I thought I was going to do 2 chapters tonight. But yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock I have for tomorrow. So I will... end it here probably, and tomorrow we'll continue with Ashton's part. Ashton is a secretive fellow, so we might learn a lot more things from him. And who's the last one then? Ashton? Could it be Luke? Are we gonna see Luke's side of the story? Interesting. But now let's find somebody to raid. Let's see. Who can we raid? Let's go to another VTuber who's currently playing Destiny 2. Draco Gamer 280. Let go of the horror for tonight. I'm getting used to it. I'm no longer scared. I'm actually interested of the story. I'm more. I, I just enjoy the faces of the ghosts more. So probably tomorrow we'll try to end it. There's 2 POVs left. I'm not sure if there's an epilogue for this, but yeah, 2 POVs left. We might finish it tomorrow, so we can finally finish the game and start with new ones. We might find another light novel type to play. Maybe try Doki Doki Literature Club. I've always seen the memes, but I haven't played that game, so it might be fun. So yeah, sending it over to Draco right now after being with Draco Malfoy or Luke, right? But yeah, thank you for joining me. Thank you, Max, for the raid, and I hope that you guys rest as well. And I'll see you tomorrow for the continuation of the story. If you want to drop by, if you want to use the raid message, here it is. But yeah, please rest. Please don't forget to hydrate, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Bye bye.